Dungeon Battle Royale. Since I became a Demon King, I will aim for world domination. Volume 4 by Gachasora. Translated by Infinite Novel Translations. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade. Audiobooks. Arc 7. Chapter 141. Interlude. Syamaka Tetsu. 1. A group of more than 1,000 monsters has come from the southern lands. Kanezawa, the Kohoku District, Kohoku City, the Hakui District, Hakui City, Nanao City, the Kashima District, the Hozu District, and Wajima have already fallen into their hands. They have been continuing northwards, swallowing even the domains ruled by their own brethren, as well as the neighboring cities, towns, and villages. Syama-san. What are we going to do? A youth, who had evacuated here from Kanezawa, a youth who had joined the Vigilante Corps, calls out to me with a trembling voice. Master, we're ready to go at any time. We will slay the lady's enemies. They are the enemy. Let's dispel our instructor's regrets. My vigorous, enthusiastic pupils start to kick up a fuss with the katanas that they have grown accustomed to using in their hands. But according to the rumors, if we surrender, our lives will be spared. You moron. Don't get taken in by such false rumors. Right. There's no way we could ever get along with them. However, it's said that the enemy has more than 1,000 units. Moreover, I hear that their strength far exceeds that of goblins and kobolds. Don't be chicken. If we were to give up, who would protect everyone? Our families, the fearful folks, and the enthusiastic folks. Keep arguing back and forth. The enemy is mighty. Our prospects of victory are, no. The odds of our survival are exceedingly low. By some chance, a bright future might await us if we surrender in accordance with the rumors. However, in my heart I've already decided. Can't you stay calm, you idiots? The people around me fall silent upon hearing my thunderous roar. Those who can't fight are to hide themselves in the inns in Suzu Center. Those who can fight will gather at the city hall. I command the people who are standing here with me. I have already avenged my son and grandson. There's only one sworn enemy I have left. I will plunge onward on the path of carnage, to accomplish my long-standing desire, to avenge my granddaughter. Section Year 20XX. I, Syamaka Tetsu, have been running a dojo in the backwater city of Suzu. It's a dojo that has produced many police officers and JSDF members. It was an honorable dojo, dating back to the Edo period, but my son has become a police officer. My grandson, who was called a prodigy, became a police officer to follow in his father's footsteps. And my granddaughter, who was the incarnation of gentleness, albeit having talent in swordsmanship, gave up on the way of the sword, and entered the university at Kanezawa. Around 10 disciples, and the members of various swordsmanship clubs from the university and high schools of Wajima City. I spent my days teaching swordsmanship to them. The moments when the family gathered on Obon and New Year's, only twice a year, were periods of supreme bliss for me. That daily life was destroyed on the day all of humanity received a single email on their smartphones. The inviolable areas, domains, that appeared all over the world, robbed a lot of land from humanity. What was especially troublesome was the fact that the domains appeared mostly in urban areas. As a result, many humans had no choice but to evacuate into previously lightly populated areas. Many of the citizens of Kanezawa, the central city of the Ishikawa prefecture, evacuated to Suzu. 30 days after the appearance of the domains, the world received yet another great shock. World Salvation Project. This day, when the revelation of the goddess was handed down, and when we were granted mysterious powers by the goddess, was the day signaling the war between humans and demon kings. When life forms different from humans, monsters, were confirmed inside the domains. People from the Kohoku District, Kohoku City, the Hakui District, Hakui City, Nanao City, the Kashima District, the Hozu District and Wajima started to move to Suzu, as if following the residents of Kanezawa, who had evacuated first. Suzu received aid from the government, and many of the inns existing in Suzu were assigned as temporary shelterings for refugees. The people lived a humble life here, close together. On one of those days, a single youth, who was once called a prodigy, made a certain suggestion. Wouldn't it ease the transportation of food if we liberated the domain of Times Town? The domain of Times Town blocked the Noto seaside road between Suzu City and Wajima City. Liberate, you say? Monsters that eat people infest that domain. Suzu City's mayor opposed the youth's suggestion. It'll be fine. It's goblins. No? And the rest are wolves, right? It'll be easy. However, the youth waved off the mayor's objection with an air of composure. Most recently, monsters had started to emerge from some of the domains. The damage kept increasing as they attacked the people in the vicinity, and laid waste to the fields. But, inside the domain, another ferocious monster. I'm telling you it'll be alright. You saw the news, didn't you? A domain has been liberated even in Kanezawa. No? Still. It's okay. There's no way that I won't be able to do what she was able to do, right? Yeah. But Takashi, you're saying that you will go no matter what? A single man forced his way into the conversation between the youth, overflowing with confidence, and the mayor, who was drenched in greasy sweat. I will. Dad, you see it too, don't you? At this rate, we'll eventually run out of food. In that case, while we still can, we have to adopt countermeasures now, while we still have the leeway to do so. You're right. I understand. However, I have one condition. Condition? The father of the youth smiled broadly, and thrust his index finger at the bewildered youth. Yep, I will go with you. You don't have a problem with that, do you? Huh? Dad, you too? What? My skills haven't become rusty, you know? I know that, but, okay. Dad, let's go together. Instructor, we shall accompany you as well. Many youths volunteered to go with the father and son, who had finished their conversation. Like that, a single youth, my grandson, who was called a prodigy, his father, who was my son, and my disciples, started their invasion into the domain. Section 20 days later, my grandson, son, and disciples succeeded in liberating the domain. They became heroes, giving the people of Suzu hope. I was truly proud of all of them. Since that day, they were a single ray of hope in a world full of darkness. However, those happy days didn't last. Chapter 142 Interlude, Syamaka Tetsu 2. The 107th day after the appearance of the inviolable areas, a severe shock ran through the people living in Suzu City. The prided heroes of Kanezawa, lost. The group of humans who had liberated a domain within the Ishikawa prefecture for the first time. The group of humans who had continued liberating domains at a steady pace even after that. That group of humans were a ray of hope for the residents of the Ishikawa prefecture. They had believed that those people might liberate all of the domains within the prefecture one day. Is it true? Is this piece of information really true? A man in the prime of his life, the father of a heroine, and my son, broke down after hearing the sad news. Dad, you have to calm down. Calm down, you say? Reena has. My daughter is your little sister. I know. The surrounding people couldn't say anything to the father and son who were shocked by the news of their family's death. Around 40 days ago, the good news of the first liberation of a domain in the Ishikawa prefecture streamed in. Around 30 days ago, my grandson and son succeeded in liberating a domain in this area, Suzu City. The world had become brighter. A glimmer of hope had begun to radiate in the hearts of the people. The sad news about the defeat of my granddaughter, arriving just when things were changing for the better, plunged us to the very bottom of despair. My grandson, son, and disciples kicked up a fuss, shouting, "We will avenge her!" In this world wrapped up by despair and sadness, I continued to perform my practice swings in the dojo, all by myself. Section 30 days after the news of my granddaughter's death, it was a chain of unhappiness. I had believed that I was at the very bottom of despair on that day, but how wrong I was. The heroes of Suzu City, lost. The news of their deaths reached my ears when I was swinging my sword at the dojo. You will find children dying before their parents anywhere. You will find grandchildren dying before their grandpa anywhere. I cursed the demon kings. I cursed this broken world, and above all, I cursed my own worthlessness. Tetsu, a famous sword I inherited from my predecessor. I took out the katana, which mysteriously had the same name as me, and flew out of the dojo. I headed for the fields around a domain, said to be frequently attacked by monsters. Gigyi, ugly monsters. A pack of goblins were devouring the crops in a field! Exclamation mark. Noticing my existence, the goblins revealed vulgar smiles, readying lethal weapons, such as knives and axes. One goblin approached me, while raising its knife overhead. How unskillful! The movements of the approaching goblin were far too crude. I slashed just once with my sword, while letting out a yell of fighting spirit. One stroke. With just one stroke, the head of the ugly goblin was sent flying from its torso. The other goblins, who had watched their friend lose its head, all swooped down on me at once. I won't allow the likes of shitty midgets to look down on me. I readied Tetsu, and faced off against the approaching group of goblins. With this day as a turning point, I turned into a demon obsessed with revenge. Section 7 days after the death of my grandson and son, I learned about the mysterious phenomenon called BP from a pupil. Since the day I had slain monsters, be it day or night, apparently leveling up to level 13. As I was told by my pupil, I allotted all my BP to the value called body. Thereupon, I was strangely brimming with energy, allowing me to move my body just like during my golden days. Moreover, there was someone who acquired the mysterious special ability blacksmith among the refugees in Suzu. The sharpness of Tetsu was increased by his hands, with my body, and the sharpness of my weapon improved. I slew even more monsters than before. As it was also a request from the prefectural governor, I succeeded the will of my grandson and son, together with my disciples and some volunteers, setting out to liberate the domains of Suzu. I had two objectives in that. First, to get my revenge against the Demon King, who stole the lives of my grandson and son, the ogre Demon King ruling over the domain of Suzu City's district. Second, to get my revenge against the Demon King who stole the life of my granddaughter, the Demon King ruling over the domain that boasts the most power in Kanazawa. I wanted to head over to the domain of the ogre demon as soon as possible, but I was stopped by the people around me. They told me that this Demon King apparently possesses considerable power. The monsters besides the Demon King seemed to be small fry, not worthy of any mention, but the Demon King possessed strength on a different level. Suppressing the hatred welling up from the bottom of my stomach, I followed the advice of my companions. I leveled up to get BP. My body got strengthened by nothing but a touch of a value displayed on the screen of my smartphone. It was the logic of the new, broken world, seeming to deny my life so far. I actually felt the effect of raising my BP, and that's why I heeded the advice of those around me. In this broken world, the more monsters you slay, the more your own abilities rise. I obeyed the advice in order to definitely avenge my grandson and son. Section 1 year after the death of my son and grandson, I finally killed the ogre Demon King, fulfilling one of my long-standing desires. The ogre Demon King was a formidable enemy. He swung his iron club around with a power unobtainable for a human, and stole the lives of 3 of my comrades. My spirit almost broke down because of his toughness, not going down even after being cut countless times. However, at the end of the fierce battle, which lasted around 3 hours, his head was sent flying by my Tetsu. The city held a big feast on the day I defeated my old foe. The people had been restraining themselves since the appearance of the domains, but only on that day. They greatly enjoyed booze and food. A woman, who was shedding tears, was the mother of a disciple who had challenged the domain along with my son and grandson. Another woman, who was crying while holding a child in her hands, was the wife of a disciple who had challenged the domain along with my son and grandson. People who cried in joy, people who embraced each other in joy, people enjoying booze while laughing, and people who began to sing loudly in a chorus. On this day, one of the curses pressing down on Suzu was lifted. Section. Half a year after I accomplished one of my long-standing desires, I had liberated all the domains in Suzu with my comrades. There was nothing but the ocean further north than Suzu, and there were no reports about monsters appearing out of the seas of this world. Suzu had become a peaceful land for the humans. However, that peace didn't last long. One Demon King had been rapidly expanding his domain northwards from Kanazawa. He continued to expand northwards, while swallowing up the domain standing in his way without rest. It was plain as day that his evil hands would soon reach out for Suzu at this rate. Unlike the people who were driven by worry, my heart trembled due to my archenemy heading my way. And then, 1 year and 10 months after the appearance of the domains, the enemy of my granddaughter, Demon King Shion, began his invasion into Suzu. Chapter 143 Invasion of Suzu City Hall 1. I analyzed the information I gathered on Suzu City, the biggest obstacle to the imminent unification of the prefecture's north. According to that information, more than 100,000 humans live in Suzu. That means it'll be necessary to either subdue or slaughter all those people. The size of Suzu amounts to 247 square kilometers. This means 9 more activations of rain will be needed to unify the prefecture's north. There are no domains in Suzu. This means that there are humans in Suzu who are strong enough to liberate domains. Moreover, according to the internet, a sword master called Sword King apparently lives in Suzu. There, Sword King seems to have killed an ogre demon king, a foe supposedly above level 10, with his body stat at B, who had been throwing his weight around in Suzu. The key for obtaining Suzu might be the Sword King. According to the net news, and the citizens I placed under my rule in Wajima City, there, Sword King is the hero and emotional pillar of Suzu. If I manage to subdue their Sword King, the spirit of Suzu's residents will probably be shattered, significantly raising the success rate of Rain. A human who defeated a demon king with his body stat at B. If that information is true, it's possible that I could be killed, even at night, when I am at full strength. Is there, Sword King, like Reena, a human above level 50? In that case, it'll be dangerous to face him one-on-one. Facing him down with numbers would be best, but currently the number of bloodkin under my control amounts to 186. The largest number of subordinates I can dispatch outside the domain is 2,500. Opposing them are the more than 100,000 humans living in Suzu. I doubt all humans are capable of fighting, but it's hard to imagine that the number of battle-able humans is less than 2,500. In other words, the enemy has the numerical advantage. I can't believe that there are several monsters like their Sword King, but I'd like to at least know the enemy's combat prowess. I guess we'll start with investigating the enemy's positions. I choose 10 bloodkin arbitrarily, and order them to investigate the enemy section. I observe the situation of the 10 bloodkin and 100 subordinates, who departed to check out the enemy's movements, on my smartphone. You invested more than 100 subordinates for a reconnaissance mission? Canon asks me, as I stare at my smartphone screen. If more than 100 monsters raid them, even their humans will put in some effort to repel them, right? If 10 monsters, or something like that, were to attack them, it would likely end immediately, with Suzu's main force sallying forth in defense. In that case, it'd be impossible to learn about the enemy's combat prowess, their numbers and abilities. I see. Even dispatching 10 of your precious bloodkin, you sure went all out. I've ordered the bloodkin to survive and come back. It'd be great if they managed to come back safely. Indeed. I continue to watch the scouting party on my smartphone, while having such a silly conversation with Canon. The scouting party's bloodkin are 5 dhampirs, 3 living males, 1 lilim, and 1 giant bat. Their subordinates consist of 30 living males, 40 ghouls, 20 werewolves, and 10 giant bats. I had all the living males, except for the bloodkin, were D-rank items, which would be no real loss, even if they were stolen by the humans. Going by my experience from the times when I defended, it's a military force capable of repelling all humans besides hardcore farmers, who are referred to as heroes and braves. However, the enemy numbers aren't limited this time. Unlike during my defenses, you might call this the perfect military force to probe the enemy's combat forces. 3 hours after leaving my domain, the scouting party arrived at Suzu City Hall, which had been turned into a fortress section. The building shown on the smartphone screen, through the eyes of a bloodkin, has become way too dangerous and warped to be called a city hall. Did they carry out construction work at a heightened pace? The city hall is surrounded by a boorish wall exceeding 3 meters in height. Several buildings with a height of around 10 meters, which could be called watchtowers or lookouts, can be seen on the other side of the wall. In order to raid the city hall's interior, there's no other choice but to break through the sturdy metal gate visible in front, or climb across the wall. I guess we'll throw magic at the gate for starters. Just when I'm about to give that order to the Dampier and Lilim Bloodkin, immediately after the dry clanging sound of metal hitting metal reverberates. Successive collision sounds, as if it's hailing, resound in the vicinity. The identity of the first sound was that of an arrow hitting the shield of a living male. The following hail-like sounds were arrows that poured down like rain from the city hall. The living males ready their shields, protecting their comrades in the rear, but several of the ghouls, that had freely roamed around as they pleased, fall prey to the arrows, and collapse. Even when the Dampiers and Lilim try to reply with spells, the enemy is out of range. Push your way to the gate with the living males in the lead. My subordinates follow my order, walking at a snail's pace towards the gate with the living males in the lead. When they get within 20 meters of the gate, follow me. We will vanquish the evil demons. Just when the rain of arrows ceases, the gate is thrown open, and many humans stream out, with a katana-wielding old man in the lead. My subordinates ready their respective weapons, and square off against the humans rushing at them. Foolish humans. My name is Aishin. I shall send you off to the netherworld. My name is Kakishin. You shall atone for the sin of having murdered my creator's subordinates with your deaths. The Bloodkin begin to faithfully introduce themselves to the humans opposing them. My name is Sashishin. You bastards. Shut up! Exclamation mark. The Dampier who tried to name herself Sashishin loses her fleeting life to one slash of the old man's katana. He slaughtered a Dampier with one swing. One of the bad habits of subordinates, who recently became Bloodkin, is their urge to introduce themselves. By prattling on unnecessarily, they create a big gap in their defense. Although that gap was attacked here, it's a Herculean task to kill a Dampier with one attack. I forbid you to introduce yourself. All hands, focus on the enemies in front of you. I order my subordinates in a hurry, but it's too late. My subordinates, who are getting swallowed up by the crowd of humans successively streaming out of the gate, decrease in number. One, then another one. I guess a retreat is impossible. I'd like to have just the Bloodkin evacuate. But my Bloodkin have been swallowed up by the waves of countless humans, along with their subordinates. In that case, at least Kai, retreat. I order Kai, my giant bat Bloodkin. Kai turns around and tries to withdraw, but I won't let you. Skyblade, the invisible shockwave released from the old man's katana cuts up Kai's wing. A second invisible shockwave assails Kai, who tries to accomplish my order despite having lost one wing, resulting in Kai being slaughtered by the humans, after crashing down. The remaining subordinates resist desperately, but there's no way for them to win against an enemy that exceeds them in numbers and quality. The smartphone screen, reflecting the battle through my Bloodkin's eyes, blacks out. Chapter 144 Invasion of Suzu City Hall 2. This will be quite heavy. Cannon mutters, while peeping at the now black screen of the smartphone. The enemy's forces have gone beyond my estimations. Their numbers, unified power, and individual strengths, all of them exceed my assumptions. Right now, it is the year 20XX. Right? Yes. Why are there samurai in Japan of 20XX? The group of humans who secluded themselves in Suzu's city hall possesses combat prowess going beyond my initial estimates. Among them, the group wielding katanas and wearing matching battle circuits exhibited particularly astonishing strength. The old man, who opened the path as vanguard and slew the Dampier with one slash, is very likely the one called Sword King. That guy's strength stood out, but the other circuit wearers were quite powerful as well. They were strong enough to fight C-rank living males on even terms, and easily cut down D-rank ghouls. If they were to jointly invade my domain, Yatra would very likely declare a state of emergency. If I'm asked whether we could win with a general mobilization, the answer would be yes. However, Attacking with a general mobilization is impossible in reality. Several of my domains are presently under attack. It's necessary to divide my forces for the sake of defense. My movements are well known. Demon King Shin's main forces are in the middle of invading the prefecture's north. It's information that any amateur can easily research online. It's also been exposed that demon kings and their subordinates can freely teleport within their domains. Probably because of that, once we start invading with a big army, an endless stream of enemies will invade my domain, as if to match our movements. If it comes to subordinates, it's simple to increase their numbers through subordinate creation. However, I can't take the main forces of the defense such as Yataro, Izoi, Subaru, and Satanta, who has received high praise for his growth in strength by Yataro and Izoi, out of their current assignment. It's different if it's a demon king like me, but it's absolutely necessary to prevent the humans from liberating sectors. Even if a demon king steals a sector from me, it'll be back to normal soon enough, as long as I retrieve it. However, that won't work if the humans liberate a sector. The size of each sector owned by a demon king is approximately 6 square kilometers. In contrast, the size of a sector stolen from humanity through rain is 28.26 square kilometers. The difference between the two goes beyond a factor of 4 to 1. In short, the liberation of a sector by humanity equals a weakening of all demon kings. How troublesome. It's indeed troubling. Once I unconsciously give voice to my inner thoughts, Kanon also sighs, as if sympathizing with me. You think we can win with a general mobilization of all forces, excluding those necessary for defense? Let's see. I believe we can win, but we can win, eh? What's your strategic advice as a self-edged strategist then? The enemy's main force is gathering at Suzu's City Hall, right? Probably. It's possible that they have also deployed forces to areas other than Suzu City Hall, but it's difficult to imagine that they have further combat forces of equal rank or beyond. Assuming that they possessed such combat forces for argument's sake, they would have likely clashed with us much earlier. Going by that assumption, the effective range of rain is a circle with a radius of 3 kilometers, right? Yes. I would first turn the other areas besides Suzu City Hall into sectors through rain, and then, given that the distance to the enemy would shrink down, we will be able to win if we execute a Zerg Rush. Zerg Rush means? I throw another question at Kanon, who looks triumphant. Zerg Rush means there's a limit how many subordinates can leave the domain at a time, but even after they get defeated, we will supplement them with fresh forces from the domain. It's a strategy to overwhelm them with numbers. I see. As expected from a self-alleged strategist. Do you want to hear my opinion of your strategy, Kanon? That expression. I don't really want. Rejected. Somehow I had guessed as much. Completely different from her previous triumphant look. She mutters those words with a weak voice, and her face turned downwards. First, one aspect of the strategy proposed by you. There it is again. You always raise your finger like that. You're an expert at this point. Roll up your skirt. Wait. I am sorry. Ignoring Kanon who's rolling up her skirt while blushing, I continue speaking. Taking over the areas besides Suzu City Hall with rain, that's a bad strategy. Why? If we use that strategy, those guys will be driven to the wall. Isn't it a good thing if they're driven to the wall? Cornering someone isn't always all sunshine. Let's assume that I've turned all land besides Suzu City Hall into my domain. What would happen with those guys then? They would counterattack with a desperate struggle to the death? Correct. But, in that case, since humans have to invade a domain, wouldn't that give us an advantage? Indeed, it would. But, they would likely attack us in desperation before being cornered into such a situation. In such a case, the losses on our side would quite likely become very high. The madness of cornered people creates results going beyond imagination. They have already been cornered into the area of Suzu. Since they should have been able to lead a partially normal life within Suzu, they haven't fallen into madness yet. But if the foundation of that livelihood erodes, it's very possible that they will succumb to madness. The second aspect is the Zerg strategy. If we carry out a Zerg rush, using expendable subordinates while retaining our main force, the bloodkin our enemies will grow. In the process of that, we might be able to get results with several hundred, no, several tens of thousands of subordinates, but there's also the risk that we will give birth to several dozens, and if we're unlucky, several hundred very powerful humans. The new concept of leveling has been added to this completely changed world. Demon kings, monsters, and humans will definitely grow in proportion to how many enemies they kill. I see. Then please tell me about your strategy, Shin-san. Canon questions me, as if to vent her anger over my denial of her strategy. That's why I said that it's troublesome, you remember? Don't tell me. You have no plan at all? I shrug my shoulders and raise my hands. For the time being, I think I will try to get a clear grasp on the enemy's combat prowess. I begin my preparations to precisely investigate the enemy's strength. Chapter 145 Invasion of Suzu City Hall 3. How are you going to precisely determine the enemy force's brain? Oh, I get it. After I promptly answer Cannon's question, I call the subordinates, who will be essential for the upcoming operation, with my smartphone. Shin, what's up? The curt voice of the subordinate, who will play a key role, answers from the other side of the phone, after it rings several times. Takaharu, get ready to depart. What's to line up? You and me. That's it. Prepare your bike. I'll wait for you at the entrance of the 203rd sector. Sure. You wanna feel the wind? Having stated my business, I hang up without waiting for Takaharu to finish. I'm off. I give Cannon those short parting words, and transfer to the entrance of the 203rd sector. After waiting for around 5 minutes, I see Takaharu pull up on a big American motorbike. So, where we going? My recommendation would be Chirahama. It's a little far, but we're headed to Suzu's City Hall. That place is a human stronghold. No? You don't think it'll be kinda tough for us too? It's not like we're going to fight, you know? Our precise destination will be an area around 2 kilometers away from Suzu's City Hall. Scouting, eh? Well, something like that, I suppose. After leaving the domain, I get on the back seat of Takaharu's bike. Any place in particular? When Takaharu looks back at me and asks that, I merely point in an ambiguous direction, saying, that way. How vague. After flashing a light smile at me, the big bike noisily takes off in the direction I pointed. Suzu's City Hall. Can you hear me, sup? Having judged that my voice won't reach him due to the howling wind, I contact Takaharu through telepathy. If you can hear me, nod once. Takaharu lightly nods his head. This conversation won't distract you from driving, right? Takaharu nods once more. I'll give you one important order. Make sure to remember the route we take from now on. Takaharu stops the bike on the spot without nodding at my order. What's the matter? What's the matter? What's the matter with you? There ain't no way I can just start memorizing the route just 'cause you say so out of the blue. I see. Hearing Takaharu's remark, I ponder. I take out my smartphone, booting up the map app. You remember the way up to here, right? Easy peasy at this distance. Then, keep going straight, and turn right at the next big crossing. After that, follow the road straight. While looking at the map app, I tell him the route in the most concise way, without any times or distances. That's all? You can memorize that much, right? If it's at that level. Takaharu scratches his cheek with his index finger, looking awkward. Anyway, off we go. Wait a moment please. I memorized the way. No. It's not the directions. There's something I want to test, ? Ignoring Takaharu who tilts his head, I look at an imposing house, surrounded by a wall. I happen to spot nearby. Gonna play burglar? Stop with the slander. It's vacated, ain't it? Takaharu objects to my size. While laughing, I ignore him, and focus on the approximately 1.5 meter tall wall in front of my eyes. Dark lance. The darkness lance crashes into the wall. It is the power to kill a weak human with one blow, but not a single scratch is to be found on the wall where it was hit by the lance. Is it coincidentally a very sturdy wall? Or, hey, where you going? Disregarding Takaharu's yell, I run up to another house. The one I'm targeting this time is a common house wall, much lower than the previous wall. Dark Lance. The Dark Lance drives into the wall. The outcome after it directly hits is the same as before. The common wall stands without a single scratch. Fire arrow. Several fire arrows strike the wall. The outcome after they directly hit is the same as before. A Demon King's power won't work with its special abilities. What I'm currently doing is an experiment, not diversion, or venting of anger. A tall wall hides Suzu's city hall. Can you destroy that wall with magic? And if it's possible, what kind of magic and how much of it is needed? It's an experiment to find that out. The result is magic doesn't show any effect on man-made objects, or special abilities won't work against man-made objects. Or maybe it's the power of those belonging to chaos. Takaharu. Ha? Destroy that wall with a special ability? It's cool for me to crush it? Yep. Takaharu gives a curt reply, and slowly walks over to the wall I designated. Okay, here I go. Demolition fist. Takaharu steps in around a half step, and thrusts his right fist at the wall. Huh? Defuke. Why ain't it broken? Swallow kick. Making his right leg bend like a whip, Takaharu drives a kick against the wall. However, the result remains the same. I guess I can assume that special abilities don't work on man-made objects. In that case, Takaharu, destroy the wall without using special abilities. Ha? Piece of shit. Giving his anger free rein, Takaharu hits the wall. The wall crumbles into small pieces alongside a fierce impact sound. Does everything besides special abilities work? I take Gaelbulg, which I've been carrying on my back, into my hands, and thrust it at a wall. After putting strength into my arms, a numbing recoil is transmitted to my right hand, which holds Gaelbulg. The wall, which got struck by Gaelbulg, has a hole the same size as Gaelbulg's spearhead. Usually Gaelbulg's thrust easily penetrates an enemy, along their armor, as long as the enemy doesn't wear fairly high-leveled armor. Such a strong recoil won't affect my dominant hand. Even the strength of a weapon has no meaning. The wall being punctured probably isn't owed to Gaelbulg's abilities. Rather, it's due to my body stat, which I raise to B rank. Very likely I would get the same result even if I tried it again with a low-ranked weapon. It's a saving grace that it doesn't completely fail at destruction, but this will be a hassle. As a result of running several experiments afterwards, I learned that only man-made architectural structures are immune to the powers I gained due to the principles of this broken world. I guess it's necessary to rethink my strategy from scratch. The experiment that I conducted on a whim taught me a sobering reality. Chapter 146 Invasion of Suzu City Hall 4. I get on Takaharu's big bike, and we drive in the direction of Suzu's City Hall. Can you go at full throttle? It's possible that the trip back will turn into a contest of speed. I give Takaharu my order so that I can experience the bike's top speed in advance. My upper body bends back due to the acceleration being higher than I imagined. Since it'd be embarrassing to hug Takaharu, I grab the belt-like object installed on the seat. But I've got to swallow down my shame here. No, not yet. I can still hold out. Don't look down on, body. I make free use of my trained torso, and get through this by tightly grasping the belt with all my strength. If it had been daytime now, with my body being weakened. Imagining that possibility makes my body shiver. Section 40 minutes after leaving my domain, we arrive at our destination, a park around 2 kilometers away from Suzu's City Hall. Civilization is wonderful. It'd take even longer to get around without modern modes of transportation. Should I also learn to drive a motorbike? A car would be fine as well, but if you consider tight turns, then bikes are the way to go, right? Takaharu, is riding a bike difficult? Can you ride a bicycle? I can. Then it's easy, I'd say. If you train with a medium-sized bike first, you'll be able to drive it in no time. A bike is easy if you can ride a bicycle? Takaharu keeps things rather sketchy. It's hard to fully believe his words just now, but I guess there's merit in finding some time and practicing it in the future. Oops, let's leave the idle talk at that. I think it's time to get down to business. Takaharu, make sure that we can leave at any moment. Sure. Rain. I close my eyes, hold my right hand above the ground, and silently activate rain. The ground trembles, and a black vortex with a diameter of roughly 30 centimeters, which seems to swallow up the space around it, materializes at the tip of my right hand. Sentences I'm used to seeing are shown on the smartphone's display. You have started rain. Rain has been announced to the hostile entities within its effective range. Please remove all hostile entities in range within 180 minutes. Alert. Hostile forces confirmed within the effective range. Please eliminate them at once. Display map of effective range. Yes, no. I tap on yes. A simple map with a radius of 5 kilometers is displayed on the smartphone. Exclamation mark. I had assumed it, but, for real? The countless dots on the map are all red. 0 white ones, in the areas where I had used rain so far. It also happened often that red dots turned yellow, submissive, as soon as I activated rain. It's almost praiseworthy how all dots are red this time. There are 2 places where the dots gather. Takaharu, are there any big buildings right next to Suzu's City Hall? I think there's a place called the Exchange Center or something. There's also a bunch of smaller buildings. Takaharu tells me the information he looked up with his smartphone. That means, the stupidly tall wall doesn't hide only the City Hall, but other buildings as well. It looks like the people of Suzu's have a much bigger base than I had imagined. It's a pain to count all these dots. I skillfully expand the area where the dots gather, by zooming in on the smartphone's screen with one hand. Counting this will be impossible. I shrink back from the task after seeing the many red dots filling the screen. I guess I'll take a screenshot and count them after getting back to the domain. TSK. I instinctively click my tongue. Why doesn't the screenshot function work unless you press 2 buttons at the same time? Currently my right hand maintains rain, so I can't use it. Oops, I've got no time to take it easy. Many red dots have started to move around in a hurry. I somehow succeeded in taking a screenshot with one hand. Afterwards I take more screenshots of the areas with red dots, while scrolling around the map. Since it's not like I can get the red dots to stay still, there will be a certain level of measurement error, but I succeed in taking screenshots of all the relevant areas. What I should do next is, I take out my megaphone. My name is Shion. I'm the Demon King ruling over all lands from Kanazawa to Wajima. This is an announcement to the humans using Suzu's City Hall as a base. I won't take your lives if you surrender. I shall guarantee your basic necessities and dignity as humans if you surrender. I recommend that the people hiding in the City Hall surrender. Those harboring the intent to fall under my rule, concentrate on that wish. If you resist, my subordinates, the monsters numbering more than 10,000 will deal with you using brute force. You have 3 minutes to think it over. Choose wisely. Finishing my speech, I look at the smartphone's display, checking the number of humans who have submitted. You gotta be kidding. The color of all the dots displayed on the smartphone's screen remain red. All the humans secluded in Suzu's City Hall are willing to fight. Uh-oh, that's really dangerous. Takaharu, we're withdrawing. Huh? Is it okay to not even wait for 3 minutes? We could wait, but then we'd end up fighting several thousand humans. Okay, that sounds kinda rough. Takaharu seems to wince a bit. I get on his big motorbike, and we start to retreat in a hurry. Section 30 minutes after the retreat, we have to push it to full throttle several times, but Takaharu and I succeed in safely returning to my domain. Once back in my domain, I return to my own quarters. It's time to start analyzing the fruits of my labor. The screenshots. Since there's too many dots for me to count by myself, I forward the screenshots to Canon. Canon passes them on to the humans who have become my bloodkin. With the annoying work delegated out, I get a general grasp on the enemy's numbers. 1 hour later, the number of people secluding themselves in Suzu's City Hall amounts to 28,000. That's all of the information I could gain from this reconnaissance. This information is worth a lot, but it cost me a lot to get it. First, my CP. Due to rain failing, all my CP was exhausted. You could call it a high price, but this was within my estimation. The price outside my estimation is a boost to my enemy's morale. The news was picked up by the net on a grand scale. News flash: heroes of Suzu succeed in repelling the supreme ruler of Kanezawa. Kanezawa's supreme ruler, Demon King Shion, has been vigorously expanding his domain in the north of the Ishikawa prefecture. By joining their forces, the heroes of Suzu succeeded in repelling Demon King Shion, who had been continuously expanding his territory, for the first time. And a picture of people looking overjoyed was published together with the article. My recent retreat was a strategic move. However, that retreat during a reconnaissance mission led to a boost of the humans' morale, as there was no reason for the humans to know of these circumstances. Chapter 147: Invasion of Suzu City Hall 5. Now then, guess it's time to think about our upcoming strategy. Several possible strategies cross my mind. At the same time, I also consider the ways these strategies could be countered. Over and over, tales of the war between Demon King Shion and the human alliance of Suzu are spun inside my head. In one story I suffer a devastating defeat, in another story I lose after being backed into a hopeless situation, in yet another story I grasp victory, but lose many of my bloodkin, and in yet another story, I spin multiple stories in my mind, but none of them lead to a satisfying outcome. I even start wondering whether the strategy of canon, which I rejected previously, might be the most efficient after all. Several obstacles prevent me from grasping my ideal victory. First, the enemy's numbers. 28,000 troops are simply too much. It crosses my mind that I might employ a strategy using the terrain if the enemy comes attacking, but this time it's our side's turn to attack. In that case, the very best plan to deal with those numbers might be to counter them with numbers. Second, the enemy's quality. I'm relying on my own observations, but the group in battle circuits seems quite troublesome. I don't think that bloodkin, who have accumulated a lot of experience through invasions, would lose to them. But I don't have enough bloodkin possessing such strength. At a glance, there were more than 50 of those battle circuit guys. On the other hand, I have a little less than 20 bloodkin who could deal with them. I wonder, how many of those battle circuit guys could I take at night? How many could Reena take on? Takaharu, Sarah, Chloe, Layla? No matter how much I simulate it, in the end it's all happening inside my head. If I lose, die, it'll be the end. I have to carefully devise an effective plan. Third, the existence of Sword King. The linchpin of the upcoming battle will be Sword King. Even going by the online news, there's no doubt that he's the emotional pillar and core of the enemy. If we can defeat that guy, the enemy will likely collapse. Having said that, even calling him a monster is an understatement. Me or Izoi at night, Takaharu, who is the strongest among the former demon kings, or the former hero Reena might be able to win against him in a one-on-one. If I could make a wish, I'd want to welcome him as bloodkin. But I know better than to be that optimistic. The asset necessary to overcome all these obstacles is a base. I'd say fighting numbers with numbers is the best strategy. However, in reality, the number of subordinates capable of leaving the domain is limited. If not for this restriction, the numerical advantage would be on our side due to subordinate creation. This restriction, only bloodkin and their subordinates can leave a domain, is an absolute rule in this broken world. I can't bypass it, but I can mitigate it. It'll be fine as long as I continuously resupply subordinates as fast as they get killed. Still, if I pointlessly dispatch small fry, it'll just boost the enemy force's power. Having said that, it's necessary to use your smartphone to gain a level. Their levels might go up as they kill enemies, but that doesn't directly lead to any strengthening. In that case, it'll be a decisive, short battle. I just have to keep attacking them so fiercely that they won't have the spare time to assign their bits per second. In such a case, the bottleneck would be distance. Even when replenishing my subordinates, the distance from the battlefield to my domain is too big at its current state. That's why it's necessary to create a base, a sector in the vicinity of Suzu's City Hall. If I create a sector as a base close to the battlefield, it'll also provide other benefits. First, securing a path of retreat. I want to ensure as few bloodkin die as possible. I'd like them to immediately retreat if it gets dangerous for them. If I can create a base close to the battleground, it'll significantly boost the odds of my bloodkin successfully getting away. Second, improving our locational advantage. The enemy's numbers reach up to 28,000. That means they might be able to surround us from all directions. However, with a base, at least the rear will be safe. What will happen if I succeed in building a base? I begin to spin the tales inside my head again. It's not like everything will play out as I imagine it in the stories in my head, but the results are much better than the stories I spun before. I've decided on my general strategy. First up is an activation of rain close to Suzu's City Hall. The creation of a base. But before that, I think I'll produce some surplus combat forces with subordinate creation and item creation. I begin my final preparations to accomplish the unification of the prefecture's north section. 20 days later, the preparations for the invasion of Suzu's City Hall are finished. After barraging the smartphone's screen so much that I got an inflammation of my tendon, I managed to create 8,000 new subordinates. Combined with the subordinates I had before, I currently have over 30,000 subordinates, even if you exclude the E-rank subordinates that specialize in reproduction. Even the items I had the subordinates equip were enhanced through the great efforts of the Dwarven group led by Akira. The location of the base, which will become the key element of the invasion, has been completely measured out. After my reconnaissance, rain failed. The humans went on high alert for a week. But, once 10 days passed, articles with titles such as, "Has the Supreme Ruler of Kanazawa given up on his Suzu invasion?" started to spread through the online news. For the sake of using these articles for my own ends, I didn't make a single move on Suzu, and instead performed rain in a part of the Toyama Prefecture's Oib, which had become underpopulated. At the time of the rain, I deliberately allowed some of the humans to escape, and personally posted, "Demon King Shion has given up on Suzu, and has started to invade Oib," on the internet to further my work of lowering Suzu's wariness. As a result, I succeeded in changing the headlines to, "Supreme Ruler of Kanazawa has given up on Suzu invasion," in the online news. It's only reasonable, but the humans of Suzu haven't dropped their guard completely. However, it's a fact that their cautiousness has dropped in level. My chance has come. I head out for the creation of a base which will become the key to the invasion of Suzu. Chapter 148 Invasion of Suzu City Hall 6. The place where I'll enact train is a public park located 3,240 meters to the west of Suzu City Hall. If this reign succeeds, it'll look like a base of their enemy, Demon King Shion, has suddenly appeared 240 meters away. In the eyes of the humans barricading themselves in Suzu's City Hall, the key that will allow this reign to succeed is not being detected by the enemy. If it's exposed that a reign has started, Suzu's humans will likely head out to defend. In such a case, it'll become impossible to eliminate all hostile humans in a radius of 3 kilometers within 180 minutes. Our means of transport to the place of the reign are large buses and trucks we seized in the past. They are driven by goblins, who have skilled hands and have adapted well to human civilization. The goblins were taught how to drive by some of my residents. They haven't been told about traffic rules at all, but I've received a report that just driving won't be any problem for them. 10 large trucks, and 10 large buses, have been prepared. The Bloodkin, and 1,000 subordinates of the main force, squeeze themselves into the buses and trucks, and we depart my domain at 11 p.m. We gotta sing karaoke. It'll be a blast. Shut your trap and sit down. We're not gonna sing takoyaki? For real? Not singing during a bus ride is, like, totally not it. It ain't just a bus ride. You know? Rather, you can actually sing. Huh? You gotta listen to my pretty voice. Then you'd be, like, completely charmed. Takoyaki. I done wanna hear it, and I done wanna be charmed either. Takaharu deals with Sarah, who's frolicking around in high spirits, while feeling fed up. Now you've said it, listen to the pretty voice that I trained through solo karaoke. Sarah, be silent. I told you that it's a covert operation. didn't I? I order Sarah, who kicks up even more of a fuss while looking at her coldly. Afterwards, our bus drove to our destination while wrapped up in silence. Section 1 hour after we departed the domain. We've arrived at our destination. Hibiki, take your unit and scout out the east. If it's your order, Master. Chloe, take your unit and scout out the north. Certainly. Reena, take your unit and scout out the south. Sure. The ones in the most danger are Hibiki's forces. It's necessary to be exceedingly cautious in the east, the direction of Suzu's city hall. Given that I will have Kate go ahead to scout the area, the duty of the former demon kings led by Hibiki is to eliminate all enemies they encountered during the reign, rather than scouting, making sure that each unit heads in the direction they were ordered. I check the situation of each unit on my smartphone. 1 hour later, as far as I can see from the situations of the different units, no humans could be confirmed. If they've hidden themselves in buildings, it will be an issue, but according to the information I gathered in advance, the residents of Suzu are mostly split into habitats in 2 places. One place is the inns along the beach in the back of Suzu, and the other is Suzu's city hall. If I consider this information, and the current situation, I can assume that no humans are living inside buildings after having refused cohabitation. I'm going to start train. All hands, stay on guard. I inform all my subordinates through telepathy. Rain. Once I close my eyes and chant this in my mind, while holding my right hand above the ground trembles, and a vortex with a diameter of around 30 centimeters is generated at the end of my right hand, as if swallowing the surrounding space. The usual text lines are displayed on the screen of my smartphone. You have started rain. Rain has been announced to the hostile entities within its effective range. Please remove all hostile entities in range within 180 minutes. Alert. Hostile forces confirmed within the effective range. Please eliminate them at once. Display map of effective range. Yes, no. I tap on yes. A simple map, with a radius of 5 kilometers, is shown on the smartphone screen. Looking at that map, I pump my fist slightly in elation. I've won my first bet. There's not a single red-dotted human within the effective range of rain. However, outside the effective range, in the vicinity of Suzu's city hall it was bright red. Don't notice it. Allow us to pass 3 hours like this. I continue to pray while looking at the screen of the smartphone. 1 hour has passed. The humans still haven't noticed. 2 hours left. I keep praying that we will be able to pass the time just like this. When about 1 hour and 30 minutes had passed, ! 2 red dots, showing worrisome movements, are reflected on the smartphone's map. The 2 red dots, which are overlapping with each other, are moving northwest from Suzu City Hall at a fairly high speed. This speed? A car? No, a motorbike. Huh? Is it a tryst, a date? Or maybe they're just going out for a drive? Either way, they are extremely annoying humans. One way or another, they will trespass into the effective range of rain at this rate. Sarah, move north with your unit. If you see a motorbike or car, shoot it down with magic at once. Fuck, at this rate my rain will get exposed. I give Sarah, who's specialized in ranged attacks, an order in panic, and attentively watch her movements. ! The blue dot indicating Sarah is moving around erratically in the target area. Ding ding. A rhythmical ringtone plays from my mobile phone. The caller is Sarah. Hey hello. We're in the north. Tell me if right or left. Beep. A loud electronic sound drowning out Sarah's voice reverberates from my smartphone. I immediately cut the call with Sarah, and check the smartphone screen. Alert. Hostile forces detected within effective range. Please expel them at once. Shit. I've allowed humans to trespass. Advance towards the left in front of Suzu's City Hall. As soon as you discover enemy forces, kill them. All hostile forces within effective range have been expelled. By all rights, usually I would be happy about the display on the smartphone screen. But this time it hints at the worst-case scenario. The enemy got away. Don't allow them to return alive. Kill them without fail. I give my order, and closely watch the movements of the blue dots, indicating Hibiki's forces, and the red dots, the escaping humans, in a fluster. This time it'll be alright. They're going to meet. In a state of breathless suspense, I track the movements of the blue and red dots on my smartphone. Exclamation mark. The two red dots, which I was tracing, have vanished from the map. Fee. I sigh in relief. I guess it worked out one way or another. No, wait a moment. The red dots within Suzu's City Hall have started to actively move around. Currently it's 2:37 a.m., a time when humans are usually asleep. If it was only a few, I could explain it away as them maybe having nocturnal habits. But all the red dots are busily moving when I check the screen. Did I get found out? All hands, gather at Hibiki's location. Assuming the worst possibility, I command all my subordinates to move to the area closest to Suzu's City Hall. 30 minutes later, easily more than 1,000 red dots begin to move west from Suzu's City Hall. Chapter 149 Invasion of Suzu's City Hall 7. There are 57 minutes left until rain finishes. Will we be able to hold out? I stare at the map displayed on my smartphone's screen, while anxiously holding my breath. The most ideal plan possible for me right now. I call Hibiki with my smartphone. Master, what has happened? Don't tell me. Because of a careless mistake I'm not aware of? Very well. Please insult me as much as you wish. Die. Right now every second counts. I immediately cut the call with the pervert, and called Takaharu. Shin, sup? Hibiki fainted after blurting out, "Thank you very much." Did something happen? Ignore the idiot. Draw a line in front of yourself right now. A line? Like this? I can't see it, but I'm sure it's fine. Draw the line as far as you can. Roger. That line is our last line of defense. Don't let anyone cross it, no matter what. Sure. A message to all subordinates. The line drawn by Takaharu just now is our last line of defense. All hands, do not allow the approaching humans to step over that line. All living males, deploy in a defense formation 10 meters ahead of that line. Lilims, dark elves, get ready for ranged attacks. I hurl out orders in rapid succession. The number of subordinates protecting the defense line amounts to 500. If they hold out for 30 minutes, Chloe's and Reena's units, which have headed out to scout the northern side, will join the battle with another 100 subordinates each. As far as I can see on the map, I don't think there will be any invasions from any side other than the east. But this rain isn't allowed to fail. Just in case, I have deployed 100 subordinates in the north, south, and west. All I can do is give orders from here, while keeping an eye on the situation. The tension causes my back teeth to grind heavily against each other as I gaze at the smartphone screen. Section. A group of more than 1,000 humans advances. Their countless footfalls cause the ground to shake. Not yet. A little bit more. I aim for the right timing, while switching between the map displaying the whole area, and the live stream borrowing my bloodkin's eyes. Approximately 30 meters before the humans reach our position. I think it's the perfect time. Fire. The groups of Lilims and Dark Elves release their spells and arrows at the approaching humans upon my order. Numerous explosions ring out as the multitude of spells fired by the Lilims make impact. The countless arrows shot by the Dark Elves buzz through the air, and the bellows of the humans reverberate across the battlefield. The die is cast. The defensive battle, which may decide the fate of Suzu, has begun. Hibiki. Pull the aggro of the enemy at the front line along with 100 living males. Hibiki advances alongside 100 living males. Once they've closed within 10 meters of the enemy, the living males loudly clang their shields together. On the battlefield, where the shield's noise echoes like a circular cannon, a dazzling, golden light leaks out from within the cluster of living males. I shall accept all of your attacks. All living beings become intoxicated by my perfect body. The eyes of all the humans are drawn to the pervert who has alighted on the battlefield all of a sudden. Holy crap, Dante, come off. Kahaha. Look, Kaneki. Their faces. What a laugh. P-Princess, that's nothing you ought to see. Takaharu and Sarah, who have acted together with Hibiki several times already, seem to be used to it. But it appears to have had quite the impact on the humans, who are seeing it for the first time. It's a monster. Calm down. That's a pervert. A pervert, you say? Just what are we fighting here? With a ferocious smile, Takaharu charges at the crowd of humans who are bewildered by the sudden entry of the pervert. What are you fighting, you ask? A demon king. Swallow kick. Ha. Perhaps Team Shin? Fire blast. It was called Shin Empire, right? Demolition fist. Master, are you looking at me? My shameful appearance. The confused humans suffer a surprise attack from Takaharu and Sarah, as Hibiki effectively draws their aggro towards himself. Takaharu. Hibiki, don't charge too far out. The order of priority is, keep the bloodkin alive, and then, defend the line of defense to the bitter end. I'll protect my life myself. This guy is Unoak's Beast King? Shit. Don't falter. Takaharu beastifies, alongside a roar that seems to shake their soul. The humans tremble upon seeing his bestial appearance, which overflows with dignity as his mane flies in the wind. The first priority is my life. In other words, an expression of master's love. I'm going to do my utmost. Björn. It transformed? Why must the first real rabbit ears I get to see be on this dude? Hibiki also beastifies, boosting his own physical abilities and perversion levels. Many humans quiver as they witness his new appearance. Takaharu, who mows down the humans by freely wielding his limbs, and Hibiki, who continues to marvelously dodge the humans' attacks with his evasion techniques, while continuing to pull off mysterious poses. I thought that the tide of battle had turned in our favor, coupled with the impact of perfect body. But, you morons, don't get all flustered. Yes, we have the numerical advantage. We're going to mop the floor with these guys. The humans, who are befuddled, regain their sanity with one roar from Sword King. Living males surround Sword King. Seal off his movements while prioritizing defense. I order 10 living males to surround Sword King. How impudent. You think the mere tin plates without a body of flesh can suppress me? Sword King swings his katana at a living male. The living males seal off his movements by encircling him with their shields at the ready. Sama teacher. The surrounding humans try to assist Sword King, but I'll be alright. You guys, clean up the enemies in front of you. Prevent their dominion. Sword King refuses the help, and swings his katana straight through one of the living males around him. Defeating a living male I created with 300 CP in 1 minute. You kidding? 46 minutes are left on the timer. Will it be a gain if I can confine Sword King with 46 living males? I feel stumped by the existence of Sword King, who boasts monstrous strength. Chapter 150 Invasion of Suzu City Hall 8. Takaharu's point of view. 32 minutes left until the end of reign. Fucking shit. Those critters keep squirming round. What a pain. Driving my fist into the face of the guy in front of my eyes. I fix my rough breathing. ? My shoulders tremble due to the sound of an explosion I hear diagonally behind me. Once I turn round, a human collapses, with smoke rising from him, while holding a sword. Nishishishi. Takuaki, being careless is your greatest enemy. You know, whether I like it or not. The laughter of that cheeky elf, Sarah, reaches my ears, which got enhanced by my beastification. TSK. Sarah is noisy, has a nasty character, can't read the mood, and her Japanese is also dodgy, but her skill in magic is top-notch. I click my tongue at the unexpected Detios error. Anyway, how much time's left? You can't describe the battle's progress as anything but disadvantageous. Our front line is gradually getting pushed back. There's round 10 meters left till the last line of defense. Our side is losing subordinates, but I feel like the enemy numbers are growing due to reinforcements from the city hall. 30 minutes left until the completion of reign. All hands, defend the defensive line to the last. Whoa. Can Shin read my thoughts? His words resounding in my head makes me leak a surprised yelp. Defend into the last, he says. Ain't the lives of the bloodkin the highest priority? I reveal a cynical smile at Shin's contradicting orders, and attack the enemy in front of me. Section 20 minutes left until the end of reign. Shit's getting worse. The living males have become the linchpin to keep Hindu humans away from the defensive line, but there's another order from Darkin precedence over defending to the last. That order is to stall Sword King. Each time Sword King kills a living male, another one sent to the front line to participate in the encirclement of Sword King. In reality, that strategy is working as they're succeeding in confining Sword King, but at the same time, lots of living males fall to the katana of Sword King. The enemy numbers are endless. In reality, it might be 2 to 3,000, or maybe 10,000. At the lowest they seem to have 2 to 3,000, but if you're on the battlefield, those numbers appear infinite. On the other hand, our combat forces are 300, no, 200. We've managed to somehow maintain the front line through individual strength, but that's about to hit its limit. Fuck. While I'm worrying about this, we're being pushed on the left, aren't we? Hibiki. I'll be fine over here. All right Björn. I'll go knock down the enemies over there a bit. Just when I inform Hibiki, trying to head over to the left side. Takaharu. Keep up the front line where you are. Huh? Dat alright? The other side's in deep shit. I've got no clue whether he's heard me or not, but I complained to Shin anyway. TSK. Whatever. Shin's the boss here, as I attack the enemy in front of me while worrying about the left side. Exclamation mark. All of a sudden, a rain of arrows pours down on the humans pushing in through the left side. Chloe Shin dropping in. According to Master's sacred decree, I will annihilate you worms. Rouge. It's an all-you-can-kill. Noir. Made it in time. Su. The unit of that shitty, brazen, dark elf, Chloe, has shown up, pushing back the front line on the left. Haha, for a day to come where I'd be delighted over the appearance of that damned dark elf vixen. I reflexively laugh out loud. Layla Shin intruding. According to Master's sacred decree, I shall bring death to all foolish humans. Time for Gaishin's magnificent entry. Kakakaka. It's Red Shin-sama's turn. Fufu. Flora Shin. Daikul Shin coming for a visit. According to Master's sacred decree, I will annihilate you worms. Without time to be surprised about Chloe's team's reinforcement, more reinforcements arrive from the right side. As always, the Bloodkin faithfully introduce themselves. The jet black armor, iron clangs his shield. The masked girl, Reena silently swings her sword at the enemies. The numbers of the reinforcements amount to 200. We're still way behind in numbers, but the morale of our allies is boosted by the appearance of Chloe and the others. Section. Shin's point of view. 5 minutes left until the end of reign. My subordinates, who had numbered 700, together with the reinforcements, have now drastically melted down to a mere 200. Ugh. Sorry big sis. A human, who has slipped past Noir's club at the front line, crosses the defensive line. Thrust arrow. Blue, finish him off. Isu. Chloe shoots an arrow through the leg of the human, who has crossed the line, and Blue brings his axe down on the head of that human, who has lost his balance. The defensive has been crossed several times recently, but each time we avoid further troubles by swiftly getting rid of the humans. Hibiki. Fall back. I refuse. Björn. You moron. Don't try to impossible. Have you fallen in love with me? Björn? If it's a one-night stand, give it a rest, shut up and die. When I check the center of our defensive formation, the defensive line hasn't been completely crossed yet because Hibiki is taking the initiative on controlling the aggro, but countless lacerations cover Hibiki's naked body. Why you bastard? Are you possibly a human? No way. A vampire friend? But that swordsmanship is. Once I check the right side of our formation, Reena is cutting down a human confronting her silently. I was anxious about whether Reena would be able to fight against humans, but it seems to have been a needless fear. Unlike the other Bloodkin, she isn't overly enthusiastic, but she keeps slaying humans indifferently while cooperating with her comrades. 3 minutes left. My subordinates are desperately defending the defense line from the humans, while literally sacrificing their own bodies. All members of the main force are alive, but many Bloodkin and subordinates have lost their lives. 1 minute to everyone. 60 seconds are left. Don't hold back anything. Put all your power into it. I give my final order. No encouragement to my subordinates. Takuaki, Hibibuan. Fall back. Cyclone. Saren unleashes a big spell in response to my encouragement. The storm unleashed from Sarah's wand blows humans into the air over a wide range. My other subordinates also use their big techniques, without sparing anything, repelling the humans that are approaching the defensive line. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. The black vortex in front of my eyes shines. As the light converges, the vortex disappears. A silver shining orb, a true core, manifests in the space where the black vortex has been. Rain completed. All hands, withdraw inside the new sector. Yataro, create a transfer array. Send as many reinforcements as possible outside the newly created sector. At the same time as my subordinates, who survived after successfully defending, retreat into the new sector, swarms of subordinates, sent over by Yataro, begin to spill out from our base. Even though we've suffered many casualties, the creation of a base, which will become a huge foothold in the capture of Suzu, has concluded. Chapter 151 Invasion of Suzu City Hall 9. Right when Rain finishes, I call Yataro on my smartphone. So you succeeded. Good work. Yataro, what's the state of our defenses? Right now we're being invaded in 7 sectors. The information about your use of Rain in Suzu instantly spread on the net. Many demon kings and humans used the opportunity to attack. How many sectors are in danger? Let's see. I'd say the help of Izayoi and his group will be necessary in to stall for time by sending the necessary subordinates to those sectors. They still need some time to reach the deepest part, right? To get to the deepest floor. They will need more than a week, I think. Then they are of low priority. Lend me Izayoi, Subaru, and Satanta. Roger. I finish the call with Yataro, and wait 5 minutes. Prithee pardon our late arrival, my lord. You said you require my power of darkness. Can I go outside as well? Izayoi, Subaru, and Satanta appear at my location. We will rout the humans outside, as thou command, my lord. Roger. I'm looking forward to it. My 3 bloodkin and I form the main force, with 1,000 subordinates as support. As we head outside the sector, the reinforcements that Yataro already sent outside are locked in mortal combat with the humans. Izayoi, Subaru, it's TNT, on my mark, by thine will. Understood. Dark Night Tempest, the storms of darkness unleashed from my, Izayoi's and Subaru's extended hands swallow up countless humans. Let's go. If you run into Sword King, withdraw into the sector. Withdraw? If we manage to lure him in, we will kill him inside the sector. Roger. Izayoi furrows his eyebrow at the mention of withdrawing. But once I give him a reason, he answers by readying his spear. Excuse me for going ahead. Wind chase. Using the small opening provided by my and Izayoi's conversation, Satanta clads himself in wind, and plunges towards the front line. What a reckless guy. I'm terribly sorry. I shall scold him severely afterwards. As I sigh while watching Satanta leave, Izayoi bows deeply. Sata, don't leave me behind. Ahahaha. Sorry for leaving first, Ana-chan. Flash thrust. Satanta laughs with an innocent expression as Subaru rushes after him. Meanwhile, I release a sharp spear thrust at a nearby human. Ana-chan? Wait, that was just my imagination, right? Satanta just bluntly said something that makes me very worried, but I'll postpone getting down to the core of the matter for now. Together with Izayoi, I sprint towards the humans crowding at the front line. Section. Ha, as if I'd let you. Gay Elbulg's strike, which I unleashed alongside a cry full of fighting spirit, has its trajectory shifted upwards by a human. Because of the difference in physical abilities, my thrust isn't knocked aside completely, but my thrust is diverted to his shoulder, rather than piercing his torso as intended. How annoying. Crescent moon slash. I bisect the human, who lost his balance after having his shoulder pierced, by swinging Gay Elbulg downwards. Dark lance. Next I shoot a spear of darkness at a human who's further away. Ha ha ha. You're open. Drown in a wave of extreme speed 1,000 thrusts. The human, who had his stance thrown into disorder by the dark lance, collapses to the ground after receiving countless thrusts from Subaru. Ahaha. Amazing. Master, This guy is amazing. Satanta wields his spear while laughing happily. Sata, we aren't inside the domain right now. Be careful of your surroundings. Izoi covers for Satanta's blind spots like a guard dog. You brat. Don't look. Fast thrust. Dark lance. A human attacks Satanta, who has rushed out too far. From diagonally behind, but Subaru pierces the human with his rapier at light speed. After being stabbed, the human has his head blown off by a darkness spear that follows immediately after. Wawa. Thanks, Ana-chan. Ha. Let me teach you a proverb, Sita. Yay. What is it? In this world, a little brother who outshines his big brother. Subaru. Don't get careless. Dark lance. I shoot a darkness spear at a human who is swinging a sword at Subaru as he stares proudly at Satanta. Thank you. I ignore the awkward-looking Subaru, and survey the vicinity, checking the situation of my subordinates and the enemy. The number of enemies is high, but I think we have the momentum on our side. Having said that, the flow of battle is ever-changing. All hands, pull back the front line. I order my subordinates to withdraw a bit. While watching how my subordinates retreat step by step, the humans ready their weapons. Watching the situation, I'm going to save all the subordinates I can. Continuing the battle like this would be harsh. The deciding factor will be when our side's main forces, Hibiki, Takaharu, Sarah, Reena, Chloe, Layla and their teams join the fray. Fall back into the domain, one person at a time. My subordinates continue to retreat into my domain, little by little. Around the time half of them have withdrawn, Izoi, Subaru, Satantu and I retreat as well. All hands, withdraw. Once our main force has withdrawn, I order the remaining subordinates to do the same. How are the humans going to move? With all my subordinates having retreated, I attentively watch the humans' moves from inside my domain. Section 30 minutes after everyone withdrew, not a single human has invaded the sector. After I sent out a single bloodkin, I learned that the humans have watched the situation, and then also started to retreat towards the city hall. If they had invaded us, we could have whittled down the enemy's main force under favorable conditions, but it looks like the enemy has stayed calm. It would have been a dream if Sword King had charged into my domain, but it appears that things won't proceed that smoothly. Still, I have succeeded in my initial objective of building a base. I order the subordinates I have stationed here, more than 1,000 of them, to stand by in the entrance area of the sector, and instruct Izao's group to intercept any enemy that might invade. The preparations for the invasion of Suzu's city hall are now in order. I begin to prepare for the last battle for the unification of the prefectures north. Chapter 152 Idle Talk, Reena's conflict. Reena's point of view. 20 days before the establishment of the base in front of Suzu's city hall. I tremble all alone in the room that Shion gave me. Joy, grief, despair, fear, and loneliness. Various emotions are swirling like a maelstrom within me. My current position is Shion's subordinate. My current comrades are Shion, Cannon, Layla, Guy, Iron, Red, Flora, people that would be labeled as monsters or demon kings by the humans. My current role is enemy of humanity. Since I became Shion's subordinate, I've made sure to not connect to the internet except my Shion's command. I had seen the net news around the time when I had just become Shion's subordinate. The headline of the article was, "Canes Our Heroes Lose." In the video attached to that article, my former best friend, Saori, who was extolled as saint, and then ran away while hurling insults at me, spoke of her memories of me while shedding tears. At the time when I watched the video, sadness, mortification, hatred, various negative emotions welled up with me, making me vomit. Since that time, I have never connected to the internet on my own device. On a certain day, when more than a year had passed since I became Shion's subordinate, Shion returned from a reconnaissance mission with Takaharu, and informed all subordinates that we would invade Suzu's city hall within a month or so. At the same time, he ordered all subordinates capable of using smartphones to gather information. As I had been ordered, I scanned through the net news with my smartphone. The information I needed to gather was centered on the enemy, the humans holing up in Suzu's city hall. And so I came across a certain piece of news, trembling all alone in my room. No way. I look at the screen, as I tightly grasp my smartphone in my quivering hand. News flash. Heroes of Suzu succeed in repelling the supreme ruler of Kanezawa. Kanezawa's supreme ruler, Demon King Shion, has been vigorously expanding his domain in the north of the Ishikawa prefecture. By joining forces, the heroes of Suzu succeeded in repelling Demon King Shion, who had been continuously expanding his territory, for the first time. And the article also features a photo of people with joyful looks. In the middle of the photo, the grumpy face of a healthy old man, who doesn't look to be over 80 years old at all, is displayed. That old man has been given the name, Sword King, and is praised as Suzu's hero. And, once I look closer, the name of that, Sword King, is written beneath the photo. Yamaka Tetsu. Sword King, hailed as Suzu's hero, and the instructor of the Syama Dojo, my grandfather. Grandfather is, there, Sword King. I'm happy about the survival of my gentle, albeit strict, grandfather. Learning of my father and big brother's deaths in another article, I'm sad. I despair over the future where I will cross swords with my grandfather and other acquaintances, the faces of Shion and the others, my allies, and grandfather and my fellow students, who have become my enemies, race about inside my mind. I tremble in panic. Why this? My emotions, having no place to go, burst out of me. On that day, when Shion and the others became demon kings after being classified as chaos, their existences were erased from all people's memories, and at the same time, they lost their memories of all people. Therefore, why do I still have my memories of other humans, of my family? My current aptitude is chaos. On the day I became Shion's subordinate, my aptitude changed to chaos. The world has. The new principles have. Why did neither take my memories of other humans when I became chaos? Why can the humans still remember me, my father's words, my brother's smile, my mother's kindness, and the teachings of my grandfather? All those memories of my family are swirling around inside my head. Shion's troubled look, Kanon's smile, Layla's sullen expression, Red's face as he laughs heartily. All those memories of my friends are swirling around inside my head. Sword King is my grandfather. Should I tell them? I think I should, but can I? I recall the final words and looks of my friends, who had been called heroes, and ran away while forsaking me. The enemy's leader is my grandfather. How would Shion react if he learned of that? How would Layla and the others react? Shion would likely fuss over me and keep me away from the battlefield. Wouldn't he? Layla and the others would brand me a coward and shun me. Shion has said that the upcoming battle will be very intense. Many casualties will probably be suffered by both sides, enemies and allies. Will I be able to puff out my chest and call myself Shion's comrade afterwards? In that case, I should fight with them. As Shion's subordinate, as Layla's comrade, I have to fight together with them. However, can I meet face to face with the people who are my fellow students? With my grandfather? I brood over it, tremble in fear, and obsess over my dilemma all by myself. What should I do? Just what should I do? I scream while bearing my emotions and cursing this broken world. Section 20 days later. Bought at the price of many lives. A sector that will serve as a base has been created in front of Suzu City Hall. We lost many comrades during the last train. My werewolf acquaintance grumbled away after becoming a shield for me upon Shion's order. A dark elf subordinate, who has invaded many domains with me, was cut down by a human. A goblin subordinate, who had been in high spirits because she gave birth to many children, was slain by a human. It can't go on like this. We still haven't reached the climax. Once we genuinely start the invasion into Suzu's City Hall, the battles will become even more severe. And I'm sure many of my comrades will lose their lives. There might even be casualties among my fellow bloodkin friends. Layla, Flora, Guy, Iron, or Red. It can't go on like this. I will carry out the mission only I can carry out. Having resolved myself, I head to Shion's quarters. Chapter 153 Invasion of Suzu City Hall 10. The establishment of the base is finished. As I'm taking a break in my room, after ordering Izao's team to defend, my smartphone rings, informing me of an incoming call. The caller displayed on the phone's screen is Reena. Good work. What's up, Shin? There's something I want to tell you in person. Is it alright if I come over now? No problem. Should I just wait for you in my room? That'd be a great. See you in 5 minutes then. I end the call with just that terse exchange. Something she wants to tell me in person. What could it be? Who is it? Canon, who has been staying in my room as if it's normal, asks me. Reena. Reena? How unusual, right? Did something happen? I wonder. It looks like she has something she wants to tell me in person. Exclamation mark. If she was feelings she wants to tell you personally. Not feelings, talk. A fierce battle set to unfold the next day. A man and woman heading into a very dangerous situation. Oi. Suddenly she realizes the feelings towards him she had hidden deep in her chest. The pesky 100% bug, Canon, who suddenly starts to go haywire, flies about in an exaggerated manner, as if performing a drama, and gets delusional, while placing a hand on her chest and looking up to the sky. Sure, Reena doesn't look bad. Her character is gentle and she is conscious of her comrades. Her sword skills are extraordinary as well. I see. That's how it is. After 20 years of struggling, I, whose time without a girlfriend equals my age. For the first time, wait. I had all my memories of other people when I was a human stolen. Maybe I actually had a girlfriend. In that case I ought to reject the idea of my girlfriend less time equaling my age. Being infected by Canon's wild delusions, I also make a trip to the Sea of Delusions. Shin, you okay? At the room's entrance stands my girlfriend. My subordinate, Reena, unable to move. I am alright. Why you were quick? If you've got something to do, this talk can wait. No, not at all. Shin-san is totally free right now. Foo. Even though I look like this, I'm a fairy capable of reading the mood. I leave the rest to you two young ones. Excuse me. Canon rattles off a flood of cryptic words with a vulgar smile on her lips, and makes to leave the room. No, wait. Please wait. I'd like you to hear this as well. Canon. Me too? Please. As a comrade, as a friend. I want you here too. Mew. Understood. This incompetent Canon shall stand witness. As a strategist supporting Shin, and as your friend, Reena-san. Thanks. Canon was trying to leave, but when Reena asks her to stay, she readily agrees to remain, while smiling in a way that suggests she's not all that dissatisfied with this turn of events either. So. You said you want to talk. What is it? I swallow down my spit, and face this unfamiliar situation. Before speaking of the issue at hand, I'd like to convey my feelings to you. I'm your subordinate, Shin. Why yeah, a forbidden love with her boss, huh? I wonder, will I be able to properly keep public and private matters separate? Canon, you're my precious friend. Layla, Flora, Guy, Blue, Iron, Dakel, and Red are my cherished comrades. I can assertively declare that I see the other bloodkin and subordinates as comrades as well. Thank you very much. For me, you're a precious friend as well, Reena-san. Canon smiles in a slovenly way after hearing Reena's feelings. These are my true feelings. Given that, I want to tell you, Shin. Reena takes a short pause. And for some reason Canon as well, gulp down our saliva. We're waiting with tense expressions for Reena's next words. There, Sword King, Syamaka Tetsu is, my grandfather. Huh? Reena's remark is completely outside the range of my expectations. I freeze, unable to quite process Reena's words. Her confession. In other words, you're saying you want to introduce me to your grandfather, Reena? Shin-san, please calm down. The other party is at an advanced stage. Let's first look for decent clothes on the internet so that you won't come across as rude. What about a gift? Maybe it should be Japanese confectionery, to be on the safe side. See clothes, you say? Would a suit be correct here? Please wait. I will look it up as your strategist right away. Canon and I fall into a state of panic. Shin, calm down. Reena, what's your grandfather's favorite food? That would be oagai one, but Canon. Do we have oagai? I will find out whether any of the residents is capable of making it at once. Shin. Canon. Get a grip. Reena yells loudly at Canon and I as we panic. Shin, calm down and listen to me. Won't you give me a chance to persuade my grandfather? Persuade? By yourself? Will he allow it? Allow? What are you going on about, Shion? Reena, can you explain what you wanted to tell me from the beginning again? Having regained my composure after talking with Reena, I begin to sort out the situation. Sword King, the one who leads the humans of Suzu City Hall, Syamaka Tetsu, is my grandfather. Can you give me a chance to persuade him before the battle begins? I repeat Reena's words several times in my mind. Exclamation mark. Huh? Wait a moment. What does that mean? I yell out loudly, after having finally comprehended Reena's words. Afterwards, I listen to Reena explain about the finer details. I see. In short, Sword King is your grandfather, and the group wearing battle circuits consists of the disciples of Sword King's dojo. So your father and big brother have died. Canon and I quietly nod after hearing about the circumstances from Reena. Anyway, can you give me a chance to persuade him? Let's see. What's the possibility of him responding to your persuasion? I don't know. My grandfather harbors a deep hatred towards Demon King's chaos. Oh, I also read that article. Having his beloved family stolen. Something along those lines was mentioned in the article. Hearing my question, Reena and Canon make gloomy expressions. Assuming the persuasion were to fail. Reena, would you be able to fight afterwards? Yes, I said so before, but right now, I'm your subordinate Shion. Reena emphatically answers my question. Persuasion, eh? Man, I would have liked to know about this from the beginning. I sigh after listening to Reena. I have prepared enough combat forces to call it a war, all in preparation for a large-scale battle, but if there's a possibility of persuading Sword King, the plans I have prepared up until now will come to nothing. As long as there's even just a tiny chance, I guess persuasion could work as well. Really? Reena's eyes sparkle upon hearing my words. However, if the persuasion fails, pull back right away. Okay, got it. And, afterwards, it will result in a fight with your family, but that's fine, right? No problem. I've made up my mind ever since the day I became your subordinate, Shion. Understood. I suppose I will adjust the schedule then. I accept Reena's suggestion, and rework my strategy once more. Chapter 154 Invasion of Suzu City Hall 11. After accepting Reena's proposal, I decide to thoroughly gather information on Sword King, Syamaka Tetsu. I know his name and background, and as long as the other party is a celebrity, it's rather easy to gather information on them. Especially now, during what could be called a time of war, information about humans referred to as heroes is exposed more than necessary in this broken world. I see. Once I collect information on Syamaka Tetsu, I become able to understand various things about him. For example, Suzu's first heroes weren't Syamaka Tetsu, but his son and grandson, and his son and grandson lost their lives during the invasion of a domain. Afterwards, Syamaka Tetsu transformed into an incarnation of revenge, and splendidly killed the ogre demon king who had turned the tables on his son and grandson. If things had ended at this point, Syamaka Tetsu would have become a hero after magnificently achieving his revenge. He could have brought things to an end with this, but, unfortunately, one more target of revenge remains alive. That target is the foe of his granddaughter, Demon King Shion. In other words, me. Isn't that a false charge? His granddaughter, Reena, is Reena Shion, and hasn't died. She has survived as my subordinate. There's plenty of merit in trying to go with Reena's proposal. It'll be fine if we can clear up the misunderstanding. It'll be good if Reena can convey that she is living happily, and that they will be able to live happily as former humans if they decide to become my residents. As long as we can win over Syamaka Tetsu, it'll probably be possible to persuade the belligerent disciples as well. In such a case, it's very likely that all the humans living in Suzu City will gradually become receptive to a recommendation to submit. He's a man who's become an incarnation of revenge to such an extent that he's hailed as Sword King. Despite being more than 80 years old, his love towards his family is that strong, I guess. That's why the persuasion of his sole surviving blood relative, Reena, should very likely succeed. The main obstacle is preparing a location for them to talk. If we try to use some trick and fail, a persuasion that ought to have succeeded will end in failure instead. In that case it might be a good idea to face him in an honest manner while believing in Syamaka Tetsu's love towards his family. Family, huh? I can't remember my own family. What kind of feelings did I harbor towards my own family? Since I have a character that caused me to be selected as Chaos, I may not have harbored such strong affections like Sword King. If I try to recall anything, I'm assailed by an intense headache. I'm not even allowed to ask myself, huh? I entrust the capture of Suzu to love towards one's family, which I can't even verify within myself. Section. Sunset of the third day after creating my base, the exhaustion of my bloodkin, who will become the main force, has completely faded away. If Reena's persuasion succeeds, waiting for the recovery of the main force, and preparing so many items and subordinates, will become a waste of time and effort. Just this once, I'd like to hope that all my preparations end up being in vain. If this comes true, I'll tell Reena, if you had told me from the start, all the hardship up to this point wouldn't have been necessary, you know? I think Canon would retort something along the lines of, Shin-san, you overthink things, and I'd give Canon her usual punishment. I chuckle as I imagine that dreamlike, bright conclusion. Shin-san, what's wrong? Why have you suddenly broken into a smile? It's nothing. I wave my hand at Canon, who calls out to me looking worried. To all subordinates, we're going to start our invasion into Suzu's City Hall. I order my subordinates, who are lined up on the first floor of the sector that we are using as a base for the invasion of Suzu's City Hall. The strategy we will carry out first during the invasion is persuasion by Reena. A commotion occurs among my subordinates after they hear my words. Be silent. I forcibly make them close their mouths and continue to speak. If Reena's persuasion ends in failure, we will launch a general offensive. All hands, don't be negligent with your preparations. All my subordinates tightly grasp their respective weapons with serious looks. We're going to invade Suzu's City Hall. All hands, follow me. I depart from the base with 2,000 subordinates who roar out their battle cries. Our new base is practically right next door to Suzu's City Hall. Less than 5 minutes after we left the base, I hear loud voices from Suzu's City Hall. I bring my megaphone in front of my mouth with 2,000 subordinates at my back. Nice to meet you. Is that the right way to phrase it? My name is Demon King Shion. I'd like to make a proposal to the humans hiding within Suzu's City Hall. May I proceed? I toss these words at the humans, and wait for a reply. What is it? After around a minute, I hear a reply coming through a speaker. The feedback is terrible. Excuse me, but is it alright to assume that you're the leader? That's right. I'm Tiyama, the prefectural governor of Ishikawa Prefecture. I hadn't expected the prefectural governor to be the voice in the speaker. So, their leader isn't Sword King, huh? My plans have fallen apart all of a sudden. I think this will be impossible. My plan to arrange a place to speak with Sword King won't work out, even before getting to the stage of Reena's persuasion and so on. What is it? Something wrong? As I stay silent due to the unexpected event, the governor's voice reverberates through the hissing speaker. I suppose I'll weather this by ad-libbing. If it proves impossible, we'll use force. Tell me, Sir Governor, don't you want to put a stop to this futile struggle? I think it's pretty clear who's going to come out victorious. Demon King Shion, are you asking us to surrender? You could say that. In fact, all the humans that have come under my rule are living safely inside my domain. I don't think there's any need for you to pointlessly throw away your lives. But what's your take? Living safely, you say? Proof. Whether proof, my residents cannot independently leave my domain. If they wanted to do so, they have to either become my bloodkin, or leave as subordinates of my bloodkin. However, if I honestly tell them the truth, it's also possible that they will interpret it as confinement. Proof, you say? The humans under my rule are precious residents, under my personal protection. You're saying I should shove them in front of you people? Proof. Where's the proof that you won't attack my precious residents? Giving an explanation after constructing a theory is the most ideal, but if you can't do that, it's more effective to return the other party's words just like that. Proof. You say I am also human. You say I'd hurt my cherished citizens. Talk is cheap. Empty promises are easily given. If you're telling me to believe those words, how about you believe my words as well? Don't screw around. I don't have the slightest intention to play word games with a bastard like you. I think it's rude to call it word games. Should I show you the proof then? I'll invite you into my domain. If you can see the lives of my residents with your own eyes, you'll see that there's no lie in my— Shut up. Interrupting my speech, the voice of an elderly man, different from the governor, resounds through the speaker. All of you shitty demon kings are evil through and through. We will let our steel do the talking when it comes to bastards like you. The old man's voice, driven by rage, echoes over the field. That voice's owner must be— I look at Reena, who's standing next to me. It's grandfather. There, Sword King. Reena tells me the identity behind that voice in a whisper. You're Sword King Syamaka Tetsu, correct? I address the owner of the angry voice, using my megaphone. Shut up. A tainted being like you has no right to speak my name. I guess he wouldn't accept any guy, even if I brought it over as a present. I feel stumped by the hatred towards demon kings displayed by Syamaka Tetsu. Having said that, now's the crucial moment. I'm chaos, and you people are law. According to Mastermind, the goddess as you call her, we have a hostile relationship. First time going to affirm the other party's ideology. That's why we won't understand each other even if we exchange words. Shut it. Something like your shrewd cajolery won't. You shut up. Oops, sorry. I got slightly upset there. Let me continue. That's why I won't try to persuade you with words, Syamaka Tetsu, but instead show you proof. Proof, you say? Finally Syamaka Tetsu is lending an ear to my words. Humans of Suzu and Syamaka Tetsu, renowned as Sword King and hero of Suzu. I have a proposal for you. Speak. Won't you negotiate with us? Never. I ignore his words and continue. The one sitting at the negotiation table won't be me. What nonsensical bullshit. The one sitting at the negotiation table will be Syamaka Tetsu, Sword King, as representative of Suzu's residents, and as my representative, your granddaughter, Reena. At last I've managed to guide the conversation towards the planned track. Chapter 155 Invasion of Suzu City Hall 12. Reena, you say? Correct. Your granddaughter Reena. Reena is going to represent our side in the negotiations. I reply to Syamaka Tetsu's trembling voice. I am possible. Reena has. Reena, by all of you demon kings, don't arbitrarily decide what's impossible. Also, all of you demon kings, don't lump us all together. I rattle on, interrupting Syamaka Tetsu's words. Impossible. All of you demon kings are pure evil. Come on, that's quite a claim to make here. You humans have individuality as well, don't you? There are good and bad people. If criminals exist, there will also be people who abide by the law. Or am I wrong? However, you have in fact murdered humans. My friends, it was legitimate self-defense. What a bad joke. You're right. Even if we talk with each other, our views won't mesh. It's a bad joke. Thus, confirm the truth not through me, but Reena, your own granddaughter. You've got 60 minutes. If you accept the negotiations, come here. Once the 60 minutes pass, I'll be forced to assume that you are unwilling to negotiate, and start my offensive. I one-sidedly made my demands, and cut off the dialogue through their megaphone. Even afterwards, the people of Suzu City Hall call out to me through their speaker, but I ignore all of it. You think the other side will agree to negotiations? Who knows? I answer Reena, who worriedly calls out to me, with a shrug. Well, even if they agree, your granddad is quite the bonehead, so the negotiations will probably be quite tough. Are you confident that you'll be able to persuade him? I shall do my very best. I recall my previous conversation with Syamaka Tetsu as I question Reena. I feel a bit stumped myself. Reena nods with a look that makes me feel her strong resolve. Section 50 minutes later. There's 10 minutes left until the promised time runs out. All hands, get ready for combat. I pledged to the humans of Suzu City Hall that I'd start my attack after 60 minutes. I proposed the idea of negotiations unbidden, and suddenly for that matter, Therefore, it would be foolish to refrain from attacking after the time limit has passed. An overly weak disposition lowers the morale of your allies, and boosts that of your enemies, during diplomacy. Hence, it's necessary for me to abide by my earlier pledge. Hearing my order, tension and bloodlust begin to swell between my subordinates. The building of simple barricades using the materials we have taken out of my domain has been finished as well. The preparations for battle are in order. 5 minutes left. It'd be great if things could be wrapped up without blood being shed between us, but in the end demon kings and humans are contrary life forms, I guess. Just as I am about to completely give up on the negotiations, a group of humans, easily surpassing 1,000 in number, with a battle surcoat-clad Syamaka Tetsu at the lead, appear from within Suzu's City Hall section. The humans slowly approach our position. Even from this distance it's obvious that they're armed. I hear the sounds of my subordinates readying their weapons behind me, and a turbulent atmosphere descends on the area. All hands, you're absolutely forbidden to strike first. My words act as an absolute order, restraining my subordinates. This will prevent any reckless charges from our side. Syamaka Tetsu, who is walking at the head of the humans, gradually makes his way to me. I plant my personal weapon, KL-Bulg, in the ground, raise both hands, and show my peaceful intent clearly. When Syamaka Tetsu lightly raises his right hand, the humans following him from behind stop on the spot, and only Syamaka Tetsu continues to slowly walk this way. I also proceed to walk slowly towards him. Once both sides have shortened the distance to approximately 10 meters. Nice to meet you. Is this fine? I'm Demon King Shion. I introduce myself to Syamaka Tetsu. Syama. Where's Reena? Syamaka Tetsu replies with his own name, and throws a stabbing glare in my direction. Reena. Once I call Reena's name, she approaches me. I leave it to you. You have my thanks. Betting everything on Reena, who's lined up next to me, I take one step back. Reena. Are you really Reena? Syamaka Tetsu calls out to his granddaughter with a trembling voice. Yes, grandfather. It's been a long time, Reena replies with nervousness dyeing her voice, and slowly removes their mask of devilishness, covering her face. Reena. It's really you, Reena? Yes, grandfather. Are you healthy? Yes, grandfather. Reena. Did you really become a Demon King's underling? Yes, grandfather. I'm not Reena Syama any longer. I'm Shion's Demon King Shion's subordinate. Reena Shion! Exclamation mark. Syamaka Tetsu's expression freezes upon Reena's powerful, resolved declaration. Reena. SS Shion, you say? Indeed. Right now I'm Shion's subordinate, Reena Shion. Syamaka Tetsu ruminates over the name Reena gave him while tremors ripple across his whole body. You silly girl. You were tricked by a bad guy after leaving for the big city. No. Shion is. What you're imagining is. Shut up. Shion, you say. There's no need for you to say any more. You were deceived by a demon king, weren't you? Syamaka Tetsu shouts in rage. Isn't that old guy misunderstanding something? Clearing my throat. I'm very sorry to intrude upon your discussion, but, Shion, is my name, but, at the same time it's no different from what you humans call a surname, you know? Shut up. I don't want to hear anything from you. Syamaka Tetsu's rage spreads to me as well. No, wait and calm down. The name Reena Shion is proof that she's become my bloodkin. By no means does it signify us being married or going out with each other. That's not the type of relation we share. Bloodkin, you say? Please confirm the details with the person in question. I turn my eyes towards Reena, and return to my position of spectating again. In the past I had the title of hero, and I invaded Shion's domain, along with other heroes that used to be my friends. Reena begins to speak with a quiet voice. There I was betrayed by those friends called heroes, abandoned, and had my life spared by Shion. Exclamation mark. What does that mean? Syamaka Tetsu becomes shaken by the truth he hears from Reena. It means just that. We, who had invaded Shion's domain, were completely and utterly defeated. I fell to an attack by a hero, who was my friend, was insulted by a hero, who was my friend, and got left behind by all of them. And then Shion spared my life, and I became his bloodkin. in such circumstances. I don't know anything about that either. However, what I can say is that I have not once felt ashamed of myself after becoming Shin's subordinate. But that guy Shin is a demon king, and the ones you're working with right now are monsters, arch-enemies who have taken many human lives, becoming a nemesis to humanity. Am I wrong? Yes, you're wrong. Shin is the demon kings of former humans. Right now he's fighting to defend his own life, and at the same time, the lives of his many subordinates. He's fighting for the sake of survival. Moreover, even they, who you scorn as monsters, have their own lives. They also give birth to children, chat happily with their friends. They're frantically striving to live. Monsters are also striving to live. Still, for the sake of living, they kill us humans. Isn't that so, grandfather? Why don't you understand? We don't wish to kill humans at all. In fact, the humans who submitted to Shin are happily living inside Shin's domain. There is another path besides slaughtering each other, a path other than slaughter, eh? Reena, are you truly telling me that such a path exists? Yes. Very well. Then show it to me with your sword. Eh? Reena. No, Reena-shin. In the past you were a member of the Syama family. Draw your sword. Show me your resolve through your own sword. Syama Tetsu draws the katana he wears, and challenges Reena to a duel. Chapter 156 Invasion of Suzu City Hall 13. Grandfather? Reena is bewildered as Syama Tetsu readies his katana. Reena. Draw your sword. Tetsu swings his katana down at Reena from above. Reena jumps backwards, dodging the blade by a hair's breadth, and thus escaping serious injury. But she's still wearing an expression betraying her confusion. Reena, if you say that the path you've walked is correct, show it to me with your sword. Got it. Reena finally readies her sword in response to Tetsu's spirited words. Head of the Syama school, Syama Tetsu. Here I come. Tetsu swiftly charges in front of Reena and swipes his katana sideways. Reena stops Tetsu's slash with the blade of Dainsleaf, but she staggers with a pained look as she was unable to completely kill its momentum. I see hesitation in your swordsmanship. So you have been brainwashed after all? Tetsu launches further attacks at Reena, who has lost her balance. Reena doesn't receive a fatal wound thanks to her superhuman sword handling, but she's been forced into a one-sided, defensive fight. Reena, is this the extent of your resolve? You've been prattling on about your own path, with swordsmanship at such a level. While donning an angry expression, Tetsu swings his katana down, sweeps, and thrusts, continuing to shower Reena with severe blows. If you're only talking about the weapons they use, Reena's sword, Dainsleaf, is probably several leagues above Tetsu's katana. It's the same when it comes to their armor. If they had fought with equivalent equipment, Reena might have died by now. The difference in their displayed abilities is like the difference between a master and a novice. Reena, what are you doing? Show him your real power. I unintentionally shout. Master and novice, don't kid around. Reena isn't a novice. She's the strongest sword master among my subordinates. Tetsu is a sword master to the extent of being extolled as Sword King. But I can't believe that the difference between them goes this far. Even this late in the game, you're holding back with me. Syama Tetsu as your opponent? The one stirred by my yell isn't Reena but Tetsu. Tetsu swings his katana down from an overhead position with all his soul. Reena blocks his swing with Dainsleaf, but falls backwards as she is unable to withstand the force behind it. Only this far, eh? As head of the Syama school? No, Reena. As your grandfather, it'll probably be my duty to perform the last rites at your funeral. Tetsu slowly raises his katana overhead in front of the fallen Reena. TSK? This is bad. At this rate I'm going to lose a precious subordinate. Reena. I amass mana in my right hand. It might turn into a melee. It might become a war of attrition, but I don't give a damn. I'll immediately follow after you as well. Wait for me on the other side with our family. No trace of his previous anger is to be found on Tetsu's face. It's an expression full of love and yet somewhat sad. He slowly swings down his katana. Be in time. Dark? Question mark. At the moment I'm about to shoot a dark lance at Kotetsu. A figure, who suddenly appears, is cut by Kotetsu's katana. Guy. Reena, who had resolved herself for death, mutters the name of the one who has appeared in front of her. Reena. Sorry for interrupting your family reunion. Guy smiles at Reena. Despite having suffered a lethal wound to his torso, a monster has voluntarily sacrificed itself to protect Reena. Kotetsu doesn't feel angry, but rather surprised by Guy, who has gotten in between their one-on-one. But what nerve to interrupt a sacred duel. In the end, they're just the likes of monsters. Cowards. No, some shame. The humans, who have been watching the duel between Kotetsu and Reena, loudly protest. I guess, with this, a war will be unavoidable. Still, well done, Guy. Seeing that Guy has sacrificed himself, I grasp that the persuasion has failed. All hands, get ready for bar. Listen, imprudent humans. My name is Guy Shion. I pledge on my creator, Shinsama, and my mother, the moon. My action just now was my very own. Guy yells very loudly when I'm about to give the order for a general offensive. The sin of having disgraced the sacred occasion of a duel, and above all, the sin of having stained Shinsama's dignity. I shall take it all upon myself, and make up for it with my own life. Sword King, behead this fool before you. Guy spreads both arms, and offers himself to Sword King, Tetsu. That's fine? Of course. Or do you wish for the killing between you humans and us to escalate? Kotetsu adjusts his katana, and looks into the eyes of Guy. Grandfather. Sorry. Disregarding Reena's cry, Kotetsu swings his katana down at Guy. Oh old man. Reena's swordsmanship isn't like that. The defenseless Guy is bisected by Kotetsu's katana. I shall admit, even monsters have personalities. Kotetsu clears away Guy's blood from his katana by swinging it. Guy. Why did you cover for someone like me? Reena cries while embracing Guy's corpse. Shedding tears for the likes of a monster. Shut up. What was that? Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. He's not the likes of a monster. He's Guy. Who, even though it's cheeky, bloodthirst is dwelling in your eyes. Kotetsu narrows his eyes at his granddaughter, who's fuming with anger. Guy, I'm sorry. You died because of the weakness of my heart. Indeed. Your weakness killed this monster. Shut up, grandfather. No, Sword King, Kotetsu. Reena Shion will take you on as Demon King Shion's subordinate. Wiping away her tears, Reena readies her sword towards Sword King, with eyes full of murder. Chapter 157 Invasion of Suzu City Hall 14. Finally your eyes look like those of a capable swordsman. Kotetsu narrows his eyes in front of his granddaughter, who has bloodlust oozing out of her body. Don't look down on me. Reena, who's eyed by her grandfather, shortens the combat distance with a sharp step in, and unleashes a fierce slash. It's a good slash. But, you're naive. Kotetsu matches his katana with Reena's slash heading down at him, and averts it to the side with a graceful motion that sends it sliding away like flowing water. Not yet. Reena, however, unleashes a chain of attacks at Kotetsu with a furious expression. You think a sword dominated by rage will be able to hit me? Shut up. Shut up. Shut you up. While parrying the violent, wide swings of Reena with skillful sword techniques, Kotetsu occasionally adds gashes to Reena's body with counter slashes. Swinging your sword with strength, Having succumbed to the path of evil, you completely forgot even about swordsmanship, I guess. As he turns a terribly sad look at Reena, Kotetsu stabs Reena's shoulder with a sharp thrust. Even while holding her shoulder, Reena looks at Kotetsu with eyes full of loath. Reena, I was happy to see that you were alive. But, now you've fallen to evil. In that case, I think it's my duty as your grandfather to grant you a peaceful death. Kotetsu slowly raises his sword overhead. The difference in ability is plain, I suppose. Once I try to intervene with their duel. Reena, does your swordsmanship amount to only that much? Guy has. What did he say about your swordsmanship? Layla hurls words full of anger at Reena. My swordsmanship? Reena dumbfoundedly gazes at her beloved sword, Dainsleif. It's my final compassion for you. You shall pass on with 1/. Once Tetsu swings his katana down in a flowing motion from its overhead position. Reena receives his katana by swinging her sword upwards out of a natural stance. Just like that, she nimbly jumps backwards, and unleashes a sword slash with a fluid motion. Moon slash. Reena's slash draws an arc, reaching Tetsu for the first time. That's the usual movement I've always watched through my smartphone. Reena's sword technique when she fought against Taizai. At long last, the Reena I know has returned as the strongest sword master among my subordinates. Section. The battle between Reena, who has recovered her form, and Tetsu lasts more than 1 hour afterwards, probably because both belong to the same sword school. They lack a conclusive finisher, and thus keep repeating an exchange of sophisticated sword techniques. Tetsu excels in technique, but likely because of her youth, Reena is superior in strength. Occasionally, Reena falls into a situation of being overwhelmed, but the quality of her equipment compensates for the difference. Kakaka. You've become strong. Reena. Grandfather. You're way too energetic for your age. The grandfather who's called Sword King, and his granddaughter who was known as Hero of the Black Sword, trade sword slashes while smiling at each other. As long as you have that fighting spirit, you might even be able to become the #1 in Japan. At this point I have no interest in being #1 in Japan anymore. Their swords clash, making a metallic sound reverberate into their vicinity. While Reena's sword and Tetsu's katana are locked in a balance, Reena pushes Dainsleif through by sheer strength, alongside a spirited yell. Tetsu, overmatched by her power, is knocked backwards, staggers, and falls on his backside. Grandfather and granddaughter. In the end, the element dictating the winner of the two is the difference in stamina. Grandfather. I've won. Please give up. Reena thrusts the point of Dainsleif at Tetsu's throat, and gives him a final chance. Kill me. You will exhibit your resolve by killing me. Even after having been driven into a corner, Tetsu glares at Reena with eyes full of unwavering will, and rejects her final offer. Very well. Grandfather. Resolve yourself. Even while showing an expression that has a tragic touch due to Tetsu's reply, she stares at Tetsu with eyes full of determination, killing intent, and tightly grasps Dainsleif's hilt. Shining. Wait. Just when Reena is about to resolutely bring down Dainsleif clad in its sacred light, I order Reena to cease. Both Reena and Tetsu turn their eyes in my eyes as the originator of the call to halt. Why did you stop her? Let me ask in reverse. Why are you hurrying to your death? I return his question with one of my own, while approaching Tetsu, who questions me with an enraged look. It's because I lost. But, you're still alive. Are you not? This is not a training bout, but a duel to the death. Is it not? It's not. I deny. Tetsu, who answers dispassionately. It's not, you say? This is a negotiation. Didn't I tell you so in the beginning? What bullshit. Tetsu throws a fit at my reply. Siyama. Tetsu, let me ask you, why are you hurrying to your death? It's because I lost. But, you're still alive. Are you not? The dialogue between Tetsu and myself is looping. This is the critical moment. If I succeed in persuading him, I'll gain a lot. I make my brain work at full throttle. Demon King, what is that you want to say? Won't you live, and walk through a second life together with your family? Reena, don't underestimate me. Are you telling me to betray the people I ought to protect, and defect to you, a Demon King? If you get straight to the point, I suppose that's how it is. Your granddaughter has survived. In other words, I'm not your target of revenge. Why are you fighting despite that? And, why are you hurrying to your death? You bastard. You are a Demon King, and I'm a human. I'm fighting for the sake of protecting the people. And, as head of the Siyama school, something like betraying my people is impossible. He's quite the stubborn old man. However, Tetsu has accepted a discussion with me, not through swords, but through words. In that case, the chance of me persuading him isn't nil. For the sake of protecting the people, huh? Isn't that all the more a reason to negotiate with me then? Don't screw with me. I'm not. I'm being serious with you. You want to protect the people, right? Don't you think that negotiating would be the best course of action towards that end? What will happen if we all just keep killing each other? Both sides will spill a lot of blood. If you surrender, I will guarantee the safety of the citizens of Suzu that you've been protecting. What's the guarantee that you will keep your promise? It's truly difficult to persuade humans. Even though an ordinary human would readily give up if they're cornered and on the verge of being killed. Guarantee, eh? Rather than a guarantee, it's more like proof. But one piece of evidence is Reena. It's hard to call it safe, but I think she leads a fulfilling life. Grandfather, I have never regretted becoming Shin's subordinate. I get Reena to cover my words. The other proof is the existence of civilians, humans who don't help with the fighting like Reena. I guess I will show you the livelihood of the humans who are now leading a new life in my domain. You won't call it a trap, will you? Keeping you alive in this situation and taking you into my domain. There's no point in such an elaborate trap, is there? While we're at it, I will allow you to take up to 11 people with you, okay? I keep on talking, attempting to persuade Kotetsu. Killing him is easy. However, if we killed Kotetsu here, it'd definitely trigger a battle with the more than 30,000 remaining humans. What's your aim? Kotetsu asks me with a suspicious look. My aim is a peaceful rule of Suzu City, and if I were to go even further, you, Sword King, Shiyama Kotetsu, me. You say? Indeed. You're strong. If possible, I'd like you to fight under me as my subordinate. While I'm at it, I'm hoping that your pupils, I guess that's what they are, the group wearing battle circuits, would join as well. I shift my eyes to the group in battle circuits behind Kotetsu, and frankly tell him my true motives. Oh, let me tell you just in case, but I won't make all the humans who become my subordinates fight for me, okay? I will guarantee a safe life inside my domain for those who refuse to fight. I suggest a special condition to Kotetsu. Who are the opponents we would fight? Wouldn't it be people like us who oppose you Demon King bastards? No, is what I'd like to say, but unfortunately, humans who take hostile actions against me will also be included among the targets. I fear betraying humanity. You're telling us to submit to a Demon King? The nuance here is slightly different. The Demon Kings ruling the territory all around my domain will be included among the targets as well. In short, they're all my enemies. Everyone except for those under my rule are enemies to a Demon King, much like me. Even though humans can cooperate with each other, Demon Kings can't do the same. It's a truly irrational world. All Demon Kings and humans are going to be the enemy, eh? That's how it will be. However, if you become my subordinate, your granddaughter will become your ally. If the persuasion fails with this, what else could I field? I rack my brain while imagining Kotetsu's thought process. Reena. Yes, is this guy Demon King Shion trustworthy? Yes, you can trust Demon King Shion. You can trust him much more than the humans who are praised so exaggeratedly as heroes. Reena answers with a voice overflowing with confidence. I've never talked with Reena about her time as a hero, but the events of her past appear to have left her with significant trauma. Can you say those words are true? While swearing on the name of Shiyama? Yes, I swear on the name of Shiyama, on father, mother, and elder brother, they're the truth. I see. Hearing Reena's powerful reply, Kotetsu closes his eyes, and after brooding for a short while, he informs us of his decision. Chapter 158 Invasion of Suzu's City Hall 15. Very well, I'll take you up on that. Shiyama Kotetsu mutters with a voice that seems to take all his power to squeeze out. Once Reena hears her grandfather's reply, she lowers her sword with relief dyeing her face. However, Demon King Shion, if your words prove to be empty promises, I'll immediately slay you. Kotetsu yells full of spirit while still sitting on the ground. Lies in my words, eh? I think back on what I've said to persuade Kotetsu. I haven't told any lies, have I? It'll be alright. No, or rather, I plan to turn Kotetsu into my bloodkin. Once that happens, it'll become impossible for him to slay me. But it won't be a problem as long as I don't explicitly spell it out, correct? No problem. Shiyama Kotetsu, I need to postpone dealing with you. I pick up the megaphone once again. To all humans hiding in Suzu's City Hall. Your hero, Sword King, Shiyama Kotetsu has indicated his will to surrender. I promise you that all those who wish to submit will be offered a place of rest and peace. To all those resisting, I will offer death. Let me ask you once more, are you going to submit, or not? Once again I recommend surrender to the humans while holding my megaphone. M Master has S. Syama-sama. W. What should we do? I can hear the confused voices of the nearby humans as they're carried over by the wind. The humans of Suzu have lost Tetsu, their mental support, and their strongest comrade. It seems very likely that the recommendation for surrender will succeed if it's now, but Demon King Shion, there's something I'd like to confirm before giving you an answer. The voice of the prefecture's governor echoes through the speaker from the city hall. What is it? I ask back. Demon King Shion. Is there a woman called Saito Roriko among those under you bastards? No. Your protection? Saito Roriko. Who's that? I don't know the names of all the humans under my rule. I honestly answer the governor's question. It's Roriko. It's Saito Roriko. I won't allow you to say that you don't know of her. Anger begins to blend into the governor's voice. Who's that? Is that Saito Roriko, a famous person? But I don't have any memories about a person called Saito Roriko. I'm sorry, but I truly don't know, though I'll investigate it, if you give me a bit of time. Don't play a fool. You bastard. You bastard. There's no way that you don't know after having turned Syama-shi's granddaughter into your kin, is there? Huh? Shion. Roriko is my former comrade. Reena comes next to me, who's dumbfounded, and whispers into my ear. Reena's former comrade? That means she was a member of that hero party. That girl is that woman who ran away, isn't she? The one who ran away is Saori. Roriko lost her life in the melee. Reena answers my question. That means Yalol-kun is the one who died after being shot by the lunatic arrow. The woman called Saori, and Glasses-kun succeeded in running away. The spear-using guy was chased down and killed by me. The archer guy died in the end, after attacking Reena thanks to having my dark induction cast on him. The final one was a magician girl whom I killed from behind with my spear when I saw an opening in the melee. That magician woman was Saito Roriko. In other words, the woman the governor is looking for isn't my subordinate. Having said that, guessing from his words, it seems like Saito Roriko is an important person to the governor. Would it be smart to answer honestly here? What's wrong? Why are you remaining silent? Roriko. Is Saito Roriko under you bastards' protection? As I'm at a loss how to answer, I can hear the angry voice of the governor through the speaker. Let's see. Saito Roriko isn't under my protection. Even if I were to lie, it'd be exposed right away. Thus I simply answer the question I was asked. I see. She's not? The dejected voice of the governor resounds from the speaker. Now then, I answered your question. Next is your turn. Are you going to surrender while being promised rest and peace? Or are you to turn it down while being promised death? Hurry up, and answer. I force the talk back to the main topic at hand, so as to avoid Saito Roriko coming up again. Did Roriko die? No. Was she killed? I have no Saito Roriko among my subordinates. That's all I'm going to say. Putting that aside, give me your answer. Surrender or not. Which is it going to be? I see. You won't answer, huh? No. You can't answer? In other words, Roriko has died, hasn't she? The conversation with the governor isn't going anywhere. What's your reply? Reply? Let's see. My reply is, kill them. Everyone. Destroy the calamity plaguing this world. The governor's angry yell reverberates through the speaker, cracking while covered by noise. Even if we're told to kill them. Master has. If Syama-sama has surrendered, we will as well. What should I do? What would be the best option here? However, the humans at the front line look back and forth between Tetsu and Suzu's city hall, while unable to move due to confusion. What are you doing? Kill them. Kill. You've got to kill them all. Eh? Question mark. You a large amount of arrows rain down without making a distinction between us and the humans at the front line from Suzu's city hall. The negotiations with the humans at Suzu City Hall have broken down. Chapter 159 Invasion of Suzu City Hall 16. A large amount of arrows pour down like rain from Suzu City Hall. At the front line, where the humans and us face off, the agonizing cries of the shaken humans resound. The negotiations are dead. What should I do? The humans at the front line are in a state of panic because of the betrayal by their allies. If we launch an offensive now, it'll be simple to wipe out the front line. However, once that happens, the death match against more than 30,000 humans will be set in stone. Moreover, it'll become impossible to turn Tetsu into my subordinate after I painstakingly succeeded in making him comply with a surrender. There are two methods to turn Tetsu into my subordinate. First, he surrenders during a reign. Second, turning him into a bloodkin through contract. There's two options: attack or retreat. What would be the best? I don't have any time to think it over. If I take my time, the humans will stop being panicked. Retreat. Reena, pull back together with Tetsu! Exclamation mark. My subordinates reveal their surprise at the conclusion I've reached. All hands retreat. Withdraw into the domain. I pass an order, which has a compelling force, to all my subordinates once more. This time we'll have to be satisfied with just Tetsu. Not. I pick up the megaphone. Humans, you have been abandoned and betrayed by those who you should protect. By those who should be your comrades. Sword King, Tetsu has shown his allegiance to our side. What are you going to do? Are you going to keep fighting for the sake of those who betrayed you? Or are you going to follow me together with Tetsu? Decide. My words shake the hearts of the humans who are being shot by their allies' arrows. If you come with us, I'll welcome you. Humans who were forsaken by those you ought to protect. By your comrades. If you're going to walk the same path as Tetsu, throw away your weapons, and run towards my domain. After a short moment, most of the humans, who were facing us at the front line, throw away their weapons on the spot, and begin to run towards my domain. Living males, ready your shields, and line up. Block the downpour of arrows. Hearing my order, the living males, who have been retreating, turn around, and ready their shields. Yatoro, call me at once. Right now. Time's too precious to waste on handling the smartphone. I order Yatoro to call me instead. Within 5 seconds, my smartphone begins to vibrate, informing me of an incoming call. Yatoro, immediately put into practice what I'm going to tell you from now on. Roger. Release the restriction of the numbers of humans in the sector that has become our base. That's fine. Do it. A large number of humans is going to stream into the sector anytime soon. Have Izoi, Subaru, Satanta, and any subordinates you can spare stand by at the entrance area. Very well. You're forbidden to attack the humans entering the sector, no matter what. However, any human that launches an attack unprovoked is to be killed at once. MMH? What a complicated situation. For the time being. Roger that. Lastly, set up a transfer array connecting to a safe sector on the first floor of the base. As you wish. I quickly tell him what he has to do, and end the call with Yatoro. Then I retreat to my domain as well. Section 1 hour after beginning the retreat. Are these all the people who submitted their surrender? That's right. It's been 15 minutes since the last human entered the sector. I think that's all of them. I confer with Yatoro, who is standing next to me, as we survey the humans crowding into the sector. What are their numbers? It's 876 people. 876, huh? Should I take this as 876 having offered their surrender, or as only 876 from among 30,000 people having done so? It's a number where I'm puzzled whether to describe it as few or many. At present, there have been no problems or quarrels, fortunately. However, if I leave them to their own devices like this, it's pretty obvious that problems will crop up. Humans and monsters share a perception of each other as truly irreconcilable enemies. Monsters unconditionally hate humans, and humans hate monsters in the same way. Only demon kings are excluded from that logic, allowing them to take calculating actions. But, if I don't restrain my subordinates through orders, they'll likely attack the humans in front of them right away. The humans are merely restraining their urge to start attacking the monsters in front of them due to the far stronger survival instinct, and their mental trauma of having been betrayed by their own allies. To all humans gathered here, I will keep my word and shelter you people. However, I can't turn you into residents or bloodkin at once. The humans start to stare after hearing my words. Even if I tell you about residents or bloodkin all of a sudden, I suppose you won't comprehend. It's like this. You hate the monsters in front of you right now, correct? If you become my residents or bloodkin, those emotions will vanish. Having said that, immediately turning you into either is impossible. Accordingly, I have a suggestion for you guys. I make a short pause, and survey the agitated humans. It's better if we aren't in the same space as you. That's why I'll have you move to another sector through the transfer array. Over there, a certain amount of food and living ware has been prepared at the transfer destination. I'll have you wait there until the capture of Suzu City Hall finishes. I throw those words at the humans while pointing at the transfer array Yatro set up in advance. Moreover, the transfer destination is the 5th floor of a certain area's sector. You're free to roam around the floor as much as you like, but you're forbidden to move to another floor. As long as you can keep to this, I'll guarantee your safety. On the other hand, the instant any of you moves to another floor, that person will be regarded as hostile, and I'll have them atone for that encroachment with death. The humans attentively listen to my words quietly, with pale faces. Finally, well, it should be fine for you. If something happens, call me with this smartphone, using the speed dial. Never call me for some stupid reason, got it? Also, I can monitor all of the sector's interior. Let me repeat it once more, don't act recklessly. I toss a smartphone to the human closest to me. By the way, I have set the speed dial to connect to Yatro if pressed. Those of you who understand, please start moving through the transfer array. When I finish my explanation, the humans look at each other, and then one person, another person. They start to move towards the transfer array. Excuse me, Shin-san. What's up? As I'm watching the humans move to the transfer array, Cannon flies up to my ear, and whispers, shouldn't we check the humans' belongings? Belongings? We have finished checking them for any kinds of weapons. Haven't we? That's taken care of. But what about smartphones and similar? Cannon whispers to me with a worried voice. Smartphones, eh? I'm sure everyone has one, probably. Eh? Then we have to confiscate them. Hearing my words, Cannon unintentionally yells out, it's no problem, is it? It's a huge problem. If they have a smartphone, even staying in contact with the humans of Suzu City Hall is, they could. But what would they tell them? The humans will be in a lenient confinement in a sector of a QE city. The 87th sector. Even if we can monitor them from our side, the humans have no means to learn of our situation. But rather, if they keep in touch with them, it'll be convenient for us. No? How so? Look, we have prepared quite luxurious goods in the sector where we're restraining them. It's possible that the number open to surrender will increase if they learn of their reception, right? Oh, I see. Cannon smiles after hearing my intentions. Oops, I almost forgot. Sword King, can I have you come over here? I call Sword King, who quietly stands stock still next to Reena. Chapter 160 Invasion of Suzu City Hall 17. I call Sword King to me and he silently walks in my direction. I offer their blood chalice to Sword King. Once he's come close enough. This is? Tetsu mutters with a fading voice while turning his eyes to the blood chalice, held out towards him. If you drink this you will become my bloodkin, obtaining the same position as Reena. Bloodkin? Indeed. Once you've drunk this you'll become my subordinate in name and reality. What's wrong? You're certainly not going to tell me that the person extolled as Sword King, Reena's grandfather, is going to break his promise, are you? Hand it over. Once I smile evilly, Sword King snatches their blood chalice out of my hand. He tilts the blood chalice and drains all of the deep crimson liquid within in one gulp. Contract. A faint radiance wraps up his body, and then slowly converges. What's this? I operate my smartphone while casting a sidelong glance at Sword King, who's looking at his body and hands, marveling at the phenomenon affecting him. Name, Tetsu. Race, human. Class, samurai. Rank, BLP. 200 200 body, B knowledge, H mana, G special. Katana techniques, A kagetsu, fang thrust, flow, waltz, sky blade, tsubame ge eshi 1, breathing, effacement, subordinates, formation. I chuckle after confirming that Katetsu's name has been added to the column of Bloodkin. Now then, how do you feel? Let's see. Katetsu confirms his changes while staring at his own hands. If I had to describe it, I guess it's as if my mind has cleared up. How about your emotions towards me? Just as before, you're a pesky little brat. Katetsu answers while snorting. Calling your ruler a little brat? I smile wryly upon hearing Katetsu's answer. You bastard. Show some respect, you inferior species. What a shameful way of talking towards our creator. Shinsama. Could you please entrust me with the education of this person? The trio of fanatics, who worship me as always, hurl their rage at Katetsu. Don't mind it. I restrain the fuming fanatics by lightly lifting one hand. But, don't mind it, didn't you hear what I've said? I turn a chilly look at the fanatic trio, who hesitate to say anything further. Is that fine? Just as I told them, don't mind it. Sword King. No, Katetsu, feel free to watch and judge my actions with your own eyes. Unlike created subordinates, the troublesome part about humans, even if you turn them into kin, is their free will and lack of absolute loyalty. Even though I can bind their actions through orders, I can't do the same with their hearts. Well, I don't need to worry about him revolting against me. I want Katetsu to become part of my combat force just like Reena. But if he's too defiant, I can have him rot away plowing fields somewhere. Right now, for the sake of my future plans, I'll treat Katetsu and the humans under my protection politely. After all, they are people who could become crucial for the upcoming capture of Suzu City Hall. Having achieved the long-awaited addition of Katetsu as my subordinate, I begin plotting my next move. Section. Katetsu, do you mind if I ask you a few questions? What is it? Currently, the people of Suzu City Hall are hiding within their improvised fortress. Just as usual, I decide to gather some information from Katetsu for the sake of my strategy. First, who's Saito Roriko? How is she related to the governor? Saito Roriko is a former hero, just like Reena, and she's Governor Tiyama's granddaughter. Not only I, but even Reena, who ought to be her former party member, reveals her surprise at Katetsu's reply. She's your former comrade, isn't she, Reena? You didn't know? Wait, I guess she changed her family name. I never heard anything about her family circumstances from Roriko. Saito Roriko is the child of his married daughter. Well, from time to time you will encounter relatives of politicians who don't talk about their family circumstances. Reena answers my question, and Katetsu provides some additional info. Let me ask just in case, but did Saito Roriko die? Katetsu asks about the truth I couldn't openly tell the governor. Yes. To be precise, I killed her. It's meaningless to hide the truth, and thus I honestly inform Katetsu of the facts. I see, grandfather. It's true that Roriko lost her life at Shin's hands. But we were the ones who attacked him. Shin acted in order to defend his own life. Don't worry. I understand. Katetsu adopts a broad-minded approach towards Reena, who frantically tries to defend my case. That means, in the eyes of Governor Tiyama, I'm the target of revenge for his granddaughter. I guess that's how it is. In that case, a peaceful solution is impossible, I'd say. Katetsu calmly answers, after this last encounter you became my subordinate. In addition, more than 800 humans have surrendered themselves under my protection. If I were to recommend surrender in the future, around how many people would accept? What do you think? That's a difficult question. I think most of them will turn it down. In the first place, those who might be open to surrender have withdrawn to the inns inside Suzu. The majority of those in the city hall are people who had family members and close friends killed by demon kings, so the majority won't surrender no matter what. Putting it another way, I can interpret it as there being some humans open to surrender, albeit only a few. The point of my next strategy is to cause an internal rift among them. The strongest human within the group in Suzu City Hall, Katetsu, has defected to our side. In addition, more than 800 humans, moreover those who would likely fight at the front line, have agreed to surrender. If the number of humans responding to future calls for surrender increases, it might gradually lower the other side's morale. By the way, Shion, is it fine for me to ask a question as well? What's up? I have become your subordinate, and you're going to fight against the humans of Suzu from now on. Am I going to participate in that battle as well? No. You don't need to join the battle against Suzu's humans. That's okay with you? Yeah, I don't mind. Tetsu would doubtlessly be a big combat asset. However, Tetsu originally belonged to Suzu's camp. Assuming I had him participate in the battle, what would the residents of Suzu think? They might believe that they must fight against their former allies once they change to my side. In such a case, the number of people willing to surrender would drop even further. Then, why did you make me your bloodkin? Tetsu raises his voice, speaking in a rough tone, as he seemingly isn't satisfied with my reply. As for that, it's because you've become unable to lie to me now that you're my bloodkin. For example, Tetsu, tell me your true thoughts about me. I'm grateful to you from the bottom of my heart for having saved Reena's life. Grandfather. Tetsu deeply bows his head towards me while tears well up in Reena's eyes. Out of the blue, an awkward atmosphere hangs in the air thanks to the airing of Tetsu's true feelings. Chapter 161 Invasion of Suzu City Hall 18 1 week has passed since I turned Tetsu into my bloodkin. Currently, there's a lull in the fighting between me and the humans of Suzu's City Hall. One reason I haven't been initiating combat myself is in order to sow internal discord within the enemy camp. On the day I turned Tetsu into my bloodkin, I used my megaphone to recommend surrender to the humans. Not a single human accepted my offer. The next day, Tetsu used my megaphone to recommend surrender to the humans. All he earned were insults from the governor. 3 days after Tetsu became my bloodkin, I caught one of the humans placed under my protection making a phone call. That human used his phone in secret, but our side saw through all of it. On the evening of that day, 4 humans visited the sector serving as our base, and offered their surrender. With this day as the turning point, a growing number of humans began to surrender in what could be called moonlit flights. Today, now that 1 week has passed, the number of humans who have surrendered, including the 876 people from the first day, has increased to 3,248 people in total. Moreover, using the CP accumulated during this week, I welcomed 5 of the humans under my protection, who were recommended by Tetsu as new bloodkin. Just like before, I'm energetically recommending surrender through my megaphone. Today as well. 15 days after Tetsu became my bloodkin, the number of humans who accepted my offer has grown up to 5,227, but this method is about to reach its limit. Yesterday no new humans surrendered. I guess it's about time to launch the attack. So you're starting at long last, eh? Kanon asks back. The attack will begin in, let's say 3 days. You're waiting 3 days? Why? Kanon tilts her head in confusion. In order to issue a proclamation of war. Kanon betrays her surprise at my answer. Proclamation of war, you say? What's wrong? For you, who's widely known for his sinister schemes, to choose the path of chivalry is roll up your skirt. I punish Kanon, who casually included slander in her words. Who's widely known for his sinister schemes. The objective of proclaiming war is to apply pressure to the humans who are still hesitating. Oh, since we're going to attack in 3 days, it'll be their last chance to surrender, right? Wait, that's a blatant threat, isn't it? As expected of the Sinisters. Roll up your skirt. I've recently started to wonder, isn't this bug actually enjoying this punishment? I begin to worry about the mental health of my self-full-edged strategist. Section. After stepping out of my sector, I prepare my megaphone, with practiced hand movements, to the humans in Suzu's City Hall. We're going to start our attack in 3 days. I repeat, we're going to start our attack in 3 days. Our door will remain open for those wishing to surrender. Until then, I believe that you, ladies and gentlemen, who can make a proper judgment, will make the right decision. Those wishing to surrender are to come unarmed to my sector. I concisely tell them what I want, and return to my domain without waiting for their answer. Now then, I wonder what's going to happen? I begin the preparations for battle while looking forward to the effect of my proclamation of war. The night after I made my proclamation, another 1,203 humans offered their surrender. I chuckled at the superb effectiveness of my plan. On the next day, you're not going to recommend surrender to Duel, eh? It's all according to plan. Who? Is it possibly for the sake of fanning their fear? Correct. I snicker as if to respond to Kanon's evil smile. Ever since I turned Tetsu into my bloodkin, I've offered surrender to the humans every day, all while altering the methods and tones. However, what are the humans going to think when I stop my recommendation, which has almost turned into an established daily event, the day after proclaiming war? The reply to that is, I want to surrender. Please help. Why, you're still accepting surrenders, right? Close to 1,000 humans have come crowding towards my domain with desperate expressions. Just as I intended, the internal state of Suzu's camp has steadily continued to break down. On the next day, another batch of more than 1,000 humans surrender. With this, the total number of surrenderies has risen to 9,018 people. I guess it didn't go all the way up to 10,000. Then, on the third day, the time for invasion came. Section. Yay, Shin. We gonna go for the kill at long last, right? Takaharu, the combat maniac, cracks his knuckles while smiling ferociously. Takaharu, you're going to stay back. Huh? The fuck? Why? Pew. Hilarious. Takeuchi, be a nice boy and watch the base. Okay. Sarah starts to gleefully agitate Takaharu, who's exasperated after hearing my words. Sarah, that applies to you as well, you know? Right. Wait, what? Me too? No way. Serves you right, bitch. Takaharu happily raises his middle finger at Sarah after hearing my comment. Anyway, why am I staying back? After having continuously agitated each other, both press me for an answer while speaking in harmony. Geez, you guys are really as close as ever. Bullshit. There ain't no friggin' way that I'm close to this girl. Takeuchi. Once again Takaharu and Sarah yell angrily while being in perfect harmony. Why do I gotta stay back? You can come along if you want, but you'll be bored, you know? I answered Takaharu while starting to feel fed up. Why? Aren't you going to fight a lot of Suzu next? No. We're just going to start the attack. Ain't that the same? For an instant Takaharu ponders about my reply, but reaching his very own conclusion, he again presses me for answers. It's completely different, but, okay, if you want to tag along, feel free. I take the complaining Takaharu and Sarah, as well as 2,000 subordinates, along, and leave my domain. Section. I move up to a place that arrows will barely reach, with a group of living males leading while holding their shields at the ready. Excluding the living males, the subordinates I've taken along this time are all archers. All hands get ready. Hearing my order, my subordinates draw their bows. Fire. More than 1,000 arrows are fired towards Suzu's city hall, buzzing as they cut through the wind. All hands retreat. Takaharu and Sarah look dumbfounded after receiving my order. You see, that's why I told you that it'd be boring. I withdraw to my domain while flashing a wry smile at Takaharu and Sarah. Chapter 162 Invasion of Suzu City Hall 19. Why did we pull out? I'm, totally uncool with this too, you know? Once we return to my domain, Takaharu and Sarah press me for answers, just as I thought they'd do. I sigh deeply. Are you guys stupid or what? Are you? I guess you are. I ain't stupid. Both refute the words I spat out, while being in perfect harmony as usual. If we were to attack now, the enemy would be perfectly prepared to deal with us, right? Well, yeah. So where's the need to deliberately do something as silly as attacking when the enemy is in perfect shape? With a sigh, I decide to explain the purpose of the recent attack. I mean, there's the proclamation. Right. It's because you declared war on them. I just declared that I'd start attacking. I haven't said anything about fighting. Huh? So did the attack just now have some meaning then? I'd lose credibility if I didn't keep my promises. Thus I launched an attack just as I had declared I would. Huh? You've got to be kidding me. Why would I? It doesn't mean that we're having a sports match against the humans. What is where you kill your enemy? That's of course. Then, when's it gonna be my turn? If the time is ripe, is the only answer I can give you at the moment. I reply while shrugging my shoulders at Akaharu. In the following days we continued the pattern of launching long-range attacks and then retreating. During that time, which felt like an endless cycle of pointless repetition, I kept mass-producing bloodkin. Numbers are power. Even when taking future developments into consideration, the number of subordinates capable of leaving my domain, and thus the number of bloodkin I have, is essential. I carry on wearing down the spirits of the humans on a daily basis, while steadily nurturing my own strength. 10 days later. Today is no different from yesterday, the day before yesterday, and the days before that. Ideally, the humans would launch an attack of their own, but the humans in Suzu's city hall are apparently cautious, or maybe cowardly. Either way, they haven't left the city hall even once. Hence, I simply continue these seemingly pointless days. Keeping your guard up consumes an unexpected amount of stamina and mental fortitude. Our pseudo-daily routine of firing arrows and retreating should definitely whittle down the human's mental strength. There ought to be a limit on how long they can keep staying on high alert. Meanwhile, I continue to wait for the time to be ripe. Section. It's the 21st day since I started my harassment of Suzu's city hall. Today might be the perfect moment. Yataro reports to me as the one in charge of the defense. That means, yup, currently no invaders are attacking our sectors. For 21 days we've repeated the arrow-firing retreat pattern every 6 hours. I think the mental fortitude of the humans holing up in Suzu's city hall has been shaved down quite a bit. Moreover, right now there are no invaders in my domain. Be it humans or demon kings. Either would likely need 7 days to reach a true core, if they began to attack right now, as long as we keep a suitable number of subordinates stationed in the sectors. In other words, for the next 6 days I can mobilize the combat forces assigned to defense, Izoi, Subaru, and Satanta, for the invasion of Suzu's city hall. You could truly describe it as the perfect moment. All hands, we will begin the invasion of Suzu's city hall at 6 p.m. today. Except for Yataro and Cannon, all bloodkin will participate in the upcoming invasion. Everyone, start getting ready. I inform all my subordinates about the beginning of the invasion. Section. 6 p.m. Leading all my bloodkin other than Yataro and Cannon, as well as more than 4,000 subordinates, I begin the invasion of Suzu's city hall. Fire. Following my orders, the subordinates capable of archery launch their arrows at the city hall, retreat while deploying to the sides and opening up the center. My subordinates spread out to the sides and retreat, while clearing a path to the gate leading to Suzu's city hall. Up to this point, it's the usual, a scene both we and the humans have become used to. If I were to point out a difference, it'd be the deployment to the side and the clearing of the center. But since I've been repeating various odd troop maneuvers with the objective of confusing the enemy, the humans shouldn't consider this maneuver as especially odd. The odd troop maneuver which caused the biggest disturbance among the humans was Hibiki pointlessly exhibiting his perfect body after the arrow attack 3 days ago. Another eccentricity was Takaharu riding a bike, at the head of a group of goblin bikers, and leading them, and the other subordinates, in mysterious choral singing, with the roaring of the bike's accelerators as accompaniment while all of them retreated, walking backwards. However, this time it isn't an odd troop maneuver, but an action taken with purpose. The humans in the city hall are simply watching us retreating as usual. It's your turn. Plunge in. I give an order to a single goblin with an important mission. In response, a truck appears from the direction of my domain, kicking up a cloud of sand. The one driving the truck is a heroic goblin. The bed of the truck is loaded with dynamite, used for demolitions we picked up during rains. The powder keg on 4 wheels roars noisily as it heads for the city hall's gate through the path we opened up. Since there's some distance between us, I can't understand their words. But the panicked voices of humans reach my ears, carried by the wind. The humans, who have noticed the abnormality, shoot arrows at the truck in a hurry, but with no effect whatsoever. And then, 10 seconds later, exclamation mark. The truck crashes into the gate, and an eardrum-splitting explosion assails the surrounding area together with an earthquake. All hands, charge! I order all subordinates participating in the invasion to advance, and thus draw the curtain of the final battle against the humans of Suzu City Hall. Chapter 163 Invasion of Suzu City Hall 20. My subordinates swarm towards Suzu's City Hall while hoisting their weapons and raising battle cries. Go, go, go. Charge into Suzu's City Hall. I encourage my subordinates through telepathy so as to not risk my voice being drowned out by the surrounding noise. Magic Core. Launch your spells into Suzu's City Hall. Archer unit. Keep shooting your arrows at the City Hall. The Magic Core led by Sarah, and the Archer unit led by Chloe, fire their spells and arrows, keeping their aim high in order to avoid hitting the subordinates invading at the front line. The humans try to return fire by shooting arrows from within the buildings, but they're pinned down by the arrows and spells raining down on them. Some of the humans shoot their arrows anyway, resolved to be hit, but that number of arrows is nowhere near enough to stop the momentum of my subordinates. Yahoo! I'm first. Takaharu, who had quickly transformed into his Beast King form, jumps over the truck that blew up the gate, and charges into the city hall situated beyond. Takaharu-san. The pleasure of pain. The tanking role is mine, okay? Hibiki runs after Takaharu with rabbit ears growing on his head. Following these two, many subordinates flood through the gate, rushing into the city hall. Red, Noir, Rouge. Move the truck aside. Sure, boss. I command the three ogres, who have arrived at the gate some time after Takaharu, to remove the truck blocking the gate. They forcibly lift up the truck, and toss it away from the gate, clearing the way. It allowed even more subordinates to get into the city hall. Section. Layla, take a unit together with Blue, and get rid of the human archers. Red, Noir, Rouge, destroy all of those annoying watchtowers. I hurl out orders as needed, while checking the situations of my bloodkin. The biggest melee is around the city hall's parking lot. It's a fierce clash between the humans, who keep gushing out of the buildings in hordes, and my subordinates. And in front of the entrance to Suzu's municipal office. Fuck. Damn monsters. You've shown your true colors. This place is mankind's final bastion. We'll protect it to the death. Dad. I will avenge Dad. More than 1,000 humans, who've emerged from the city hall, confront Takaharu, Hibiki, Izoi, Subaru, Satanta, and 100 of my subordinates. Ha! True colors. You say? Shin gave your bitches an alternative, didn't he? Shin-sama has granted his mercy to you lowly, inferior bugs, and even went as far as proclaiming war on you, fair and square. How deplorable. Takaharu angrily shouts at the humans in order to coerce them, whereas Izoi sighs as if fed up with the humans. Fair and square, you say? Don't give us that shit. Ha! The ones given shit are, you fuckers, right? When Takaharu unleashes his raw pact with so much power that the atmosphere trembles, the humans cower in fear. I'll be the one to get the first stab in. Wind chase. Satanta rushes at a human, cladding himself in wind with an innocent smile curling his lips. Sata, I told you to not leave me behind. Hey, brat. Wait up. What an incorrigible child. Subaru, Takaharu, and Izoi jump at the humans, obviously chasing after Satanta, who stole a march on them. I shall accept all of your attacks. All living beings become spellbound by my body. Perfect body. Engulfed by a golden gleam, the pervert Ibiki draws the aggro of the humans by pointlessly showing off his muscles. Ahaha. Any strong ones here? Anyone? Let's play. Play with me. Satanta's spear penetrates a human while he smiles innocently. Oi, are you the asshole who ran his cheeky mouth moments ago? Takaharu drives his fist into the face of a human. You may witness it with your eyes. Abyss darkness. Thrust burst. Subaru's rapier stabs into a human. The sin of having stained Shinsama's mercy deserves death. Dark Night Tempest. Many humans are swallowed up by the wind of darkness blowing violently upon Izao's command. My bloodkin rampage at the front line as if competing for achievements. Their strength plunges the humans into terror and despair. Section 6 hours after the start of the invasion, the war progress is going favorably for our side. We're majorly losing out in numbers, but the quality and morale of our forces drastically exceeds those of the humans. In other words, the humans who surrendered alongside Tetsu in the beginning were the main forces of the humans in Suzu City Hall, which leads to the current war situation. How many losses has our side suffered? Less than 1,000? On the other hand, the enemy losses are probably going beyond 5,000. In contrast to our steady reinforcements replacing the subordinates that are defeated, the enemy can't hope for any reinforcements to arrive. If we keep pushing them down like this, our victory is set in stone. I think afterwards, it will be my time to shine. When it comes to how much we can gain from this, I check the separate battlefields on my smartphone through the eyes of my bloodkin, and at the same time, I also get a broader view through giant bats circling in the sky. What I'm concentrating on are the expressions, actions, and eyes of the humans, their morale. I can launch a rain once every 13 hours. Failure is not an option. First, I have to secure a path of retreat for the humans willing to surrender. The best option is the plaza in front of the entrance to Suzu's municipal office. It's necessary to clear all enemies from the entrance area of the municipal office, and the vicinity of the plaza, to get that location ready to shelter the submissive humans. Next, deciding on a location for purging the opposing humans within 3 hours. Seeing how it's necessary to make all humans within a radius of 3 kilometers submit, it's indispensable to get things ready in advance. I estimate the timing for the rain while silently operating my smartphone. Chapter 164 Invasion of Suzu's City Hall. 9 hours since the beginning of the attack on Suzu's City Hall. The time is 3 a.m. According to the information I looked up on the net, the sun will rise at 6:12 a.m. in Suzu today. Sunrise equals a weakening of a part of my subordinates, including me, assuming I am going to launch rain. Now would be the only chance left. I confirm the states of all battlefields on my smartphone as a final check. I've secured a path of retreat for the humans willing to submit. The suppression of the area around the city hall and the adjoining facilities within the wall is finished. The raid of the 5-storied city hall has proceeded up to the 3rd floor. The number of surviving humans is 10,000 people by my estimation. It'll be impossible to wipe them all out within 3 hours if not a single one is willing to surrender. Well, in the first place, there would be no need to bother with rain if I was going to annihilate them without allowing any surrender. If more than 70% of the survivors are willing to submit, it'll set my victory in stone. If it's less than 50%, the chance for success probably won't go beyond 50%. Now then, I wonder, how's the dice going to roll? I begin the preparations for rain. Section. Our rain is going to start from now on. All hands. It's the final spurt. Stay sharp. I encourage my subordinates by informing them of the crunch time. Rain. I close my eyes, hold out my right hand towards the ground, and chant. The ground trembles, and at the tip of my right hand forms a black vortex with a diameter of around 30 centimeters, as if swallowing the space around it. The usual array of messages streams down across the display on my smartphone. You have started rain. Rain has been announced to the hostile entities within its effective range. Please remove all hostile entities in range within 180 minutes. Alert. Hostile forces confirmed within the effective range. Please eliminate them at once. Display map of effective range. Yes, no. I tap, yes, question mark. I frown after seeing the map showing the area in a radius of 5 kilometers around me as it's displayed on my phone. The precise numbers are unclear, but, at a glance, the ratio of humans who have lost their fighting spirit, in other words, the number of yellow dots, is less than 20%. The number of red dots, humans, is roughly 3 times the number of blue dots. My subordinates, At this rate, the chance for Rain to succeed will be exceedingly low. I take out my megaphone and invite the humans to surrender. To the humans holing up in Suzu's City Hall, the outcome is already decided. If you want to waste your lives pointlessly, you're free to fight to the bitter end. However, those wishing to survive and start a new life are to lay down their weapons and gather at the plaza in front of the municipal office. To my loyal subjects, I forbid you to harm the humans who show their will to surrender by disarming themselves. I deliberately let the humans hear the message to my subordinates. Well then, how much is the situation going to change due to this? I peek at the smartphone screen while embracing a mix of hope and anxiety. Exclamation mark. The percentage of yellow dots has drastically increased. It's just a cursory view, but their numbers now exceed the number of red dots. I'd say it's around 60% of all the humans. Comparing the numbers of the blue and red dots, the red dots are still slightly predominating, but it's a number we can deal with easily. All forces ignore the humans who have thrown down their weapons. Invade all the way into the city hall. Receiving my order, the bloodthirst of my subordinates spikes as they resume their attack. The humans who turned into yellow dots start to rush for the plaza, trying to get there as fast as possible. Question mark. This is Izayoi. Move in front of the first floor's entrance. I call back Izayoi, a valuable combat asset fighting at the forefront, to the front of the municipal office. After confirming that Izayoi moved over, I handed out my next order. Have the humans coming out of the building form an orderly line. To the humans escaping to the plaza through the front entrance, go outside the municipal office one person after the other. The entrance area is a non-combat area. Form up a line. And don't push, don't run, don't talk. It's manners even a child can observe. Please adhere to these rules. I instruct the humans to queue up through my megaphone. I make sure that the yellow dots keep moving to the plaza one at a time. Izayoi, the human that came out just now is an enemy. Advise him to surrender once. If they resist, kill them. On my smartphone I can see how several red dots, enemies, are moving towards the front entrance, blending into the huge number of yellow dots. The reason why I called Izayoi over is to get rid of all hostile elements trying to slip among the submissive humans. The human over there. Do you have a moment? Exclamation mark fire. The human called to halt by Izayoi tries to chant a spell as he turns around, but he perishes on the tip of Izayoi's spear that penetrated his torso. Afterwards, Izayoi continued to silently get rid of the hostile entities that have joined at a rate of around 1 in every 100 submissive humans. Section. Currently my combat forces are split in two parts. The main force is advancing the invasion of the municipal office. The former Demon Kings, Satanta, the bloodkin belonging to Reena's team but not Reena herself, and 3,000 subordinates. Another unit is mopping up the humans scattered in the vicinity of the municipal office. Chloe's team and 1,000 subordinates. All hostile humans must be eliminated 3 hours after the start of Rain, at 6:05 a.m. If we miss even a single one, Rain will fail. I hurl instructions at my subordinates as needed while checking with my smartphone, and during the times all is following its proper course, I continue to recommend surrender through the megaphone. 4:30 a.m. Time left, 1 hour and 35 minutes. The main force has reached the 5th floor of the municipal office. The number of humans secluding in the office is less than 2,000 by my estimation. The number of hostile humans scattered all over the office is around 100. Believing in the strength of my subordinates, I keep urging the humans to submit. Chapter 165 Invasion of Suzu's City Hall. Layla's point of view. 5:05 a.m. 1 hour left. The remaining enemy forces number 1,500. The beautiful voice of my great creator, Shinsama, echoes directly in my mind. Iron, Kura, Red, Flora. We're going to bring victory to Shinsama. Certainly. Yeah, sure thing. Okay, normally, it's Reena's duty to encourage us. However, Reena is on standby upon Shinsama's decree. We have lived together through dangerous situations for a long time. We know each other's behavior down to a T. During melees like this one, Iron pulls the enemies and Guy cuts through them as vanguard. However, Guy isn't with us anymore. Disobeying Shinsama's order, he covered for Reena and perished. What a stupid guy. Why did he hasten to his death? Your contribution towards Shinsama has been far from enough to call it quits at this point, you know. I overlap Guy's figure with the Beast King rampaging at the front line, Takeharu. Well, although I say that I overlap them, Takeharu probably exceeds Guy in all abilities. It's frustrating, but the former Demon Kings are stronger than us. Even with the Bloodkin having the same duty of serving as tanks, the pervert called Hibiki is surpassing Iron. Same with the Bloodkin handling magic. Sarah is much better than Flora. Lastly, even among the Bloodkin using magic and weapons at the same time, Subaru is above me. The abilities of the former Demon Kings are stronger than ours as beings created by Shinsama. I don't want to admit that, but it's reality. However, we cannot afford to give up. Our worship of Shinsama is much stronger than theirs. We can be useful for Shinsama. We're devoting our everything to Shinsama. Ice bullet. I shoot an ice bullet at a human trying to swing down his sword at the Beast King. Oh, thanks, Dampia Missy. The Beast King casually thanks me without even knowing of my feelings. Section. Takeharu's point of view. 5:30 a.m., 35 minutes left until rain finishes. The remaining enemy forces are less than 500. The voice of Shin has traces of impatience as it reverberates in my head. Dude, it ain't such a big deal. Once we killed a trash under roof, we'll be all done. All enemies inside the municipal office have been cleaned up. The folks hiding in rooms deeper inside the 5th floor were all lamers who couldn't choose whether to fight or surrender. As soon as they saw us, they threw their weapons away and opted to surrender. Last spurt. You lot, keep going. The subordinates reply to my words with an energetic yell. Pew pew pew. Takachi, are you, like, putting on airs as a leader, or something? Huh? Did you say something? Yeah. Let's give it our all. That's all I said. You lying bitch. I ain't no bitch. I'm a beautiful maiden. Ahaha. I'm going ahead. See ya. Using the chance of me quarreling with that shitty elf, Satanta heads up the stairs to the roof. Ah, fucking brat. Wait, you lil shit. I chase after Satanta, who's trying to steal a march on me. Once I throw open the door to the roof, I'm being awaited by humans holding up their weapons with frantic looks. Bah, what a cramped place. The roof got the size of a gym, but with close to 500 humans holding the fort there, 2/3 of the space is occupied. Theory, fire, fire, fire. Once some old, fat guys madly with messed up hair screams, the humans all let loose arrows of their bows. Shitty brat, get back. I'm not a shitty brat, okay? I'm Satanta, you know. Satanta withdraws behind me while cursing. Sarah, sure. Windshield. The arrows shot at me are blocked by Sarah's windshield. What's wrong? That's all you've got? Shit. What are you doing? Kill them. Slaughter all the evil monsters. The fat geezer yells with bloodshot eyes when I smile during a break into arrow shooting. Bring it on. I'll play with you. Wait. Just when I'm about to charge at the enemy with my adrenaline pumping at full power, I'm restrained by a voice from behind. Huh? What's it? I glare at the one holding me back. Hibiki. Your look of contempt towards me is dreamy, but, Takeharu-san, have you forgotten about Master's decree? Huh? Shin's order. You say? We are to first offer them a peaceful surrender. Hibiki remonstrates me with a gentlemanly attitude. Ka-ha-ha. Hibiki-chi. Nothing but underpants and bunny ears on your head. How very gentlemanly. That's way too hilarious. Sarah's vulgar laughter totally spoils the tense atmosphere. However, acting as if he hadn't heard Sarah's laughter, Hibiki calls out to the humans in a gentlemanly manner. Listen, all of you humans. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I'm the slave of our great lord, Shinsama. Ahem. Shinsama's bloodkin. Hibiki-shin. Allow me to pass on the kind words of our lord to all of you. Hibiki somehow manages to keep talking even after forcibly changing his words in the middle of it. If you offer your surrender, we shall guarantee your lives and a safe livelihood. Many of your comrades have already chosen the path of surrender. Don't you think that it'd be a wonderful option to walk through life together with them once again? Hibiki addresses the humans with a friendly smile. Shut up. Shut you up. As if anyone would yield to you shitty monsters. Yeah, don't take us lightly. I'll have you allow me to take revenge for my son. Kill. When the fat guy refuses Hibiki's offer, two humans with eyes as bloodshot as his charge away while holding their weapons overhead. Satanta. Kill the prefectural governor. Subaru. Kill the man on the left. Takaharu. You kill the man on the right. Okay. Wind chase. Very well. Sure thing. Satanta clads himself in wind and dashes towards the old guy with the messed up hair, the prefectural governor. Subaru readies his rapier, and assaults the approaching man on the left. I also get ready for the guy on the right. Kill. Coexistence with monsters is impossible. The future of humans is. Uncle, you're annoying. Crescent moon slash. The spear swung down by Satanta bisects the governor who prattles round while sending his spit flying. Magnificence and elegance. A thunderclap turned into a gale. Burn mine secret technique. Into your memory 1000 thrusts. Receiving the thrusts unleashed by Subaru with such a speed that after images remain, his target bites the dust. Come on. I punched the guts of the guy, who swung his sword down at me, with demolishing fist, and then finish off the crumbling guy with a roundhouse kick of both my legs against his mug twin dragon kick. Now then, are there any other people wishing to die? Bien? I told you that Bien is forbidden, didn't I? Hibiki addresses the humans once more with a kind smile while drenched in cold sweat. It's over. Don't be negligent on watching those guys until the time limit. The answer towards Hibiki's question doesn't come out of the mouth of the humans, but is passed on by Shion. Chapter 166. The end of the invasion of Suzu's City Hall. Rain finished. My smartphone displays that short and simple line. Finally, on the 44th day since the beginning of the attack, Suzu's City Hall has fallen into my hands. The number of lost bloodkin totals to 21. The losses of regular subordinates numbers more than 8,000. And lastly, I've lost a precious combat asset as mainstay of Reena's team, Guy. On the other hand, the gains are 28.26 square kilometers land, 15,056 human residents, and 6 humans who've become my bloodkin, starting with Tetsu. According to Tetsu, only 80,000 humans with no will to combat are left in the prefecture's north. My goal, the unification of the prefecture's north, is close at hand. On the next day, I moved the humans who had been sheltered in the 87th sector to the human land adjoining my domain, executed Rain with my recovered CP, and took them in as residents. Section. Now then, I wonder what to do about this. I'm racking my brain inside my own room. It's clear what has the highest priority. It's the reign of Suzu City. Suzu has a size of 247.2 square kilometers. 84.8 square kilometers have already been turned into my domain through Rain. There's 162.4 square kilometers left. In short, I need another 6 runs of Rain at the very least. I need my full CP to enact Rain, and since my CP won't recover during the 3 hours of Rain, the recovery time per Rain will be 13 hours at the minimum. If I take the shortest route, I can unify the prefecture's north within 78 hours. However, in that case I won't be able to use any CP on anything else for a full 3 days. Currently I'm in dire need of CP. The cause is the number of residents which has skyrocketed to more than 23,000 people. Given the procured goods during the rains, any food issues are covered for more than 3 months, even including the provisions for my subordinates. Turning it around, I've only got food for 3 months. Simple food such as rice, meat, and bread can be covered by item creation. But if it comes to providing for more than 50,000 people, including my subordinates, my CP will run dry right away from just doing that. Going by what Tetsu has told me, it looks like plenty of emergency rations have been stored in Suzu, but if the number of residents grows by another 80,000, it's plain as day that even this plentiful amount of food will run out. In addition, I also need to provide housing for 25,000 people. What a pain. For an instant, the idea to turn the 80,000 humans into experience points has crossed my mind, but as far as I've heard from Tetsu, the humans inside Suzu are mostly inexperienced at combat. Level 1 humans. They boast of big numbers, but I doubt I can expect much of them in regards to experience points. Above all, numbers are power. In a world that might shift towards a rivalry between local warlords from now on, I have to bolster my domestic affairs if I consider the upcoming battles against enemy demon kings and humans. It looks like it's indispensable to pull off an evolution into a country. The solution is self-sufficiency and the independence of the residents, I suppose. The CP needed to protect the residents, the CP spent on rain, and the CP used to strengthen my combat forces. My CP has increased unbelievably when compared to my early days as Demon King, but the management of my CP is as tough as ever. After worrying about it for a while, I finally decided to get the opinions of my subordinates. The subordinates I called over to get counsel are Kanon, Yataro, and Tetsu. The created subordinates are basically yes men. I doubt I'll be able to get any useful advice out of them. I also called Reena, a long-standing comrade and someone with an ordinary common sense, but she implicitly recommended Tetsu to me by saying, "You have personnel with more expertise in that field than me." As far as I could judge from Takaharu, Sarah, and Sabaru's past domains, they aren't suited for domestic affairs. I also thought about possibly asking for Hibiki's advice, as he's an excellent subordinate, if you exclude his peculiar fetishes, but since he gave me some cryptic reply along the line of "Master, understood, your lowly servant Hibiki shall bet his life on this, I swear to become a good chair for you during the meeting." I decided to discard that notion on the spot. Thus I'd like to hear your opinions about the future administration of the domain. I check the faces of the three in front of me in sequence. I've participated after having been told by Reena to do so, but even if you ask me about the administration of your domain, I don't really know what you mean. First, Tetsu shows his disapproval over being invited. What I want to know from you, Tetsu, are the basics of livelihood for the residents. The humans. Basics of livelihood, you ask? Correct. Right now we've got 23,148 residents. And as for the 15,056 humans that became residents yesterday, they're living in a sector prepared as a stopgap measure. I see. Allowing them to lead a lazy life in the domain won't be good for their mental health. And above all, I personally don't desire any residents lacking productivity. I explained to Tetsu while carefully choosing my words. So, what do you, Shinsama, want to actually tell me? I'd like you three to give me your opinion based on what you're going to hear from me next. Roger. Okay, Tetsu and Kanon nod their heads. So you're going to build a country at long last, huh? Yatro stabs at the core of the matter I had hidden deep in my heart while smiling. Let me first tell you, I can also forcibly tie down the residents through orders. However, even if I treat them like slaves in such a way, my country will never grow. For the first time I consciously voice out the word country. First we have to guarantee a basic livelihood for the residents. Next, we're going to pursue productivity. Any objections to this idea? It's certainly as Reena said, even if you're all called Demon Kings, there are wide differences between each of you. I have no objections. Me neither. That Shinsan, the Shinsan who didn't even prepare food for his subordinates when we met for the first time, has. You are. I'm deeply moved. Of course I'm fully on board with this. In response to my opinion, Tetsu and Yataro flash cunning smiles, whereas Kanon giggles happily. Chapter 167 Towards the Unification of the Prefectures North 1. First up is the land given to the residents as the foundation for their lives. What do you think? How much will be necessary? Currently I have freed up 2 floors in one of Akui's sectors, an area of 28.26 square kilometers x 2 equals 56.52 square kilometers. As residential area for those who became my residents before the invasion of Suzu. I have assigned 3 floors, an area of 84.78 square kilometers, as living space for the humans that became my residents during the invasion of Suzu. Is it alright for me to ask something? Canon raises a hand, asking for permission to speak. What's up? It's about the land you intend to use as residential area for the residents. Is it okay to consider it to be for the 23,000 people who are your residents right now, or would it be better to think of it as land that's going to include the 80,000 people planned to become your residents, who are currently taking refuge in Suzu City? Moreover, are you planning to keep increasing the number of residents in the future, considering its canon? It's a rather smart question. You may think of it as land for 120,000 people, in other words the 103,000 including those sheltered in Suzu City, plus some extras. After we turn the humans in Suzu into residents, there won't be any other drastic increase of residents for a while, I think. Why? Tetsu reacts towards my reply. Why, you ask? You mean the basis to set the number at 120,000? No, I mean afterwards. Why won't the number of residents increase for a while? Are you going to abstain from invasions, or do you plan to go with a militaristic approach of slaughtering all humans? What would you do if I chose the latter? I answer the question with a question while showing an evil-spirited smile. That's I am your subordinate, Shinsama, for the people that became your residents, for the monsters that became my comrades, and above all, for the sake of protecting my family. I guess I won't have a choice but to bow my head. Tetsu squeezes out a reply. If possible, I'd like you to include my name in that list of targets you ought to protect. With a wry smile, I continue, returning to the topic. The answer to your question is that either of the two is wrong. However, it's a fact that it's more likely for the latter option to become reality. What do you mean? Let me ask the other way around. Tetsu, would you have surrendered to me if Reena hadn't been with me? That's Tetsu reveals an agonized expression in response to my question. And that's your answer. This time you, as a linchpin of the hostile forces, were faced with your family member being my subordinate by coincidence. Tetsu, you surrendered because of Reena, and because you surrendered, many other humans also surrendered. Moreover, as a result of many humans surrendering, even more humans surrendered. It's really great that Reena-san became our comrade, isn't it? Canon carefully comments. This chain isn't over yet. The humans taking refuge in Suzu City haven't had any will to fight from the outset, and because the group around Tetsu surrendered, the reigns will likely proceed smoothly. It means, this time we were simply lucky. You think the humans living in Kanazawa, for example, would go along with my recommendation for surrender? Do you believe that the people of the Toyama Prefecture will likely submit? You think. Anyway, you get my point. I think. I see. I understood. Tetsu indicates his comprehension as I finish my explanation with a smile. So, back on topic. How much do you think will be necessary as land given to 120,000 residents? Forcing the conversation back on track, I look at the sole former human present in this place. Tetsu. 120,000. Huh? If it's just for living, around 20% of Suzu City's area should do. I'd say, Suzu City's size is approximately 250 square kilometers, right? 20% would be around 50 square kilometers. The former teacher Yataro draws the conclusion from Tetsu's answer. Just for living, eh? How about if we also include uses other than that? It depends on the use. Shinsama, how much are you going to request from the humans, residents? I guess I have to first decide on what I will have the residents do before deciding on the land to be allotted to them. Let's see. I ponder about the tasks to be assigned to the residents, apart from the indispensable farm work to guarantee self-sufficiency, defense and invasions for those capable of fighting. Those possessing special manufacturing skills will work in production. Also, because depending on alchemy for everything won't work, construction and industry. Did I miss anything? You say industry, but that's a wide field. How far do you want to go with that? Yatro inquires. For example, being able to build a car if the materials are available. Various machines are present in human civilization. I can drive a car, and I somehow understand the basics of its mechanism. However, if I were told to build one, I'd immediately wave the white flag. This isn't limited to cars either. Same can be said about electrical appliances, refrigerators, washing machines, air conditioners, PCs. I know how to use all of them, but I haven't the slightest idea how to build them. It might be possible, if we have people possessing the necessary knowledge. I think we can single those out later. Even when I have special abilities close to cheating such as domain creation and item creation, building a country from scratch is a tall order. Leaving out the first and last floor of all, I'd suggest assigning one full sector as residential area, one as farm area, and one as industrial zone, while connecting all of them with transfer arrays. How about that? Those sectors will be the ones obtained through rain, right? Sectors stolen from humanity through rain, and sectors stolen from demon kings have different sizes. Correct. In other words, currently the floors per sector number 18. So, 16 by 28.26 square kilometers equals 452.16 square kilometers. Since the farm and industrial areas are going to have the same sizes, it's going to become a fairly extensive plot of land. Canon tells us the precise numbers, using the calculator app on her smartphone. Being told the numbers, and considering it's more than 100,000 people, I had already expected that it'd be a quite big chunk of land. But if I use rain on all of Suzu, the number of safe sectors will increase significantly. I guess I'll prepare the same amount of land for the monsters as well. Since it'd be a waste to leave land unused, I chose to splurge a bit on it. Is it okay for me to entrust the screening of the residents' tasks to you too, Tetsu? Yataro? Aha. You're quite the slave driver. Very well. Tetsu nods faithfully, and Yataro also agrees, albeit smiling bitterly. The next topic on the agenda is, I inform the three of the next issue at hand, Chapter 168 towards the unification of the prefectures North 2. The next topic is, ensuring our current stock of goods, so to say, food and materials used for construction and similar, can be produced with item creation, and there's also the goods we confiscated until now. But the confiscated goods will run out sooner or later, and item creation isn't free either. Tetsu, are there any places around this area left where food might be stored, besides Okunoto, you mean? 1. I'd prefer a region with no humans. In that case, Tetsu points at several locations on the map of Suzu City spread out in front of us. I see. Takaharu, Sarah, come to me. After a short wait, the two show up. Sup? Here. What's the matter? In contrast to Takaharu's sullen mood, Sarah bursts with energy, takes several goblins capable of driving trucks, and fetch the food from the locations marked on this map. Huh? We've still got plenty of food. No? Takaki, you an idiot. Like obviously. We've got more humans now. Huh? Who you call an idiot? Takaharu and Sarah start their usual bantering. Anyway, I leave it to you. Wait, if you're going there anyway, can I ask you to pick up seed rice as well? Just getting involved with these two is already a waste of time. I try to throw the two noisy squabblers out of the room, but Tetsu calls out to them. Seed rice? The hell's that? Huh? I know it. Rice plants, right? Rice plants? It okay to rip out older ones grown into paddies then? Watch it, young man. Don't say such rude things. Show some appreciation to the farmers who have been growing the rice. Whatever, I'm off. Sire. The two scurry away as soon as Yataro starts to lecture them. Next. Hibiki, Chloe, Layla. Come to me. Master, you called? Chloe has answered your summons. Please forgive me for being late. Chloe and Layla show up alongside Hibiki, who's wearing a collar he apparently picked up somewhere. You three, take red, noir, rouge, and all the remaining goblins capable of driving trucks and gather raw materials from all kinds of places such as factories, houses, and mines. With this pervert, we can accomplish your esteemed order with just the two of us. Or, those words and your scornful looks. Not bad, really not bad. Hibiki smiles cheerfully at Chloe and Layla, who are both obviously against working with him. If it's just you two, you won't be able to judge what's needed, right? Are you going to disobey my order? No. Something so outrageous. I shall certainly carry out your order, Master, could you also scold? Go and do as ordered. I drove out all three at once before Hibiki could say anything that should be left unsaid. We should be able to supplement our current stock of goods with this, but I suppose we have to prepare a proper foundation for living in regards to the future. I barrage the house button on my smartphone, each time alchemizing a new one for 5 CP. Section. In the end I've made 2,000 houses for the 15,056 humans who've become my new residents. Shinsan, what is it? Cannon calls out to me just as I finished my house creation. The houses you gave the residents cost 5 CP each, right? Correct. What's your current maximum CP? 22,800. Currently I'm ruling over 213 sectors, resulting in my maximum CP having become 22,800. In that case, you recover 2,280 CP per hour, don't you? That's how it is. Then, even if you create a few more houses, the 10,000 CP for the 2,000 houses is no small amount, but I've still got leeway in my CP. One house for 7,8 people is more than enough. No? Well, I agree that one house per person would be too much, but won't the residents be happier if you increase the number of houses a bit more? Very likely. Then the residents will be satisfied with it. What do you think is going to happen if I'm the one resolving everything with my powers as Demon King? I got it. My real wish is that they'd at least prepare the houses they want to live in by themselves. My residents can't leave my domain, so I will provide building materials and urgent housing. Item creation and domain creation is what you'd call a divine act. By just using my smartphone, I can alchemize housing, food, weapons, and all kinds of goods, and create mountains, rivers, forests, and other nature. It's not some kind of miniature garden-styled game, but as long as I take some time, I can probably create an ideal space inside my domain. However, that bears no meaning. It'd make growing the number of residents and founding a nation obsolete. That's why I want the residents to get self-dependent. Section. 5 days later, the results of the groups around Takaharu, Sarah, and Hibiki, who have been busy procuring goods all over the place, are superb. They didn't confiscate only food and building materials, but also many mysterious machines, which they found at abandoned factories. Though it's not said yet that we'll be able to reuse them. Moreover, I've added another 5 new sectors through rain. The human land remaining in the prefecture's north has dwindled down to just the center of Suzu, where many humans, who lack the will to fight, have taken refuge. The next day would be the one where I would finally accomplish my long-standing desire of the prefecture's north's unification. Chapter 169 Unification of the Prefecture's North. Can you try your luck, Tetsu? Yeah. A persuasion by me might avoid pointless blood spilling. As a result of a council, it's been decided that Tetsu will recommend the surrender instead of me. You have 1 hour. If there's any hostile humans left after an hour. Yeah, I got it. Tetsu nods obediently. Well then, we're going to start rain from now on. The places where the humans of Suzu are taking refuge are guest houses and inns, many of which have been built alongside the coast. Currently those facilities are surrounded by 4,000 of my subordinates. Rain. I silently chant with closed eyes as I hold out my right hand towards the ground. The ground trembles, and a black vortex forms at the tip of my right hand, with a diameter of around 30 centimeters. As if swallowing the space around it. The usual array of messages streams down across the display on my smartphone. You have started rain. Rain has been announced to the hostile entities within its effective range. Please remove all hostile entities in range within 180 minutes. Alert. Hostile forces confirmed within the effective range. Please eliminate them at once. Display map of effective range. Yes, no. I tap yes. In response, the smartphone displays 50% of the whole being yellow dots. Those willing to surrender, 30% of the whole being white dots. Those who are neutral, and the remaining 20% as red dots. Hostile elements. How is it? 20%, roughly 16,000 people are labeled as hostile. What did you say? Kotetsu openly reveals his surprise after hearing my reply. Well, they might not actually be hostile. It's 20% who haven't surrendered yet. Surrendering and not being hostile isn't necessarily the same. Humans who watch the situation, uncertain what to choose, are regarded as hostile as well. This means that it depends on you whether a peaceful capitulation is possible. It's your turn, go for it. I smile as I put some pressure on Kotetsu while handing him their megaphone. All of you, are you listening? I am, Shiyama Kotetsu. Kotetsu's voice roars across the vicinity through the megaphone. Right now, for certain reasons, I have become Shinsama's, Demon King Shin's subordinate. I can hear the humans stirring from the inns and guest houses lining up in front of me. Demon King Shin isn't what all of you think. It's not just me who has surrendered to him either. Everyone who has come under Demon King Shin, including me, is sound and healthy. That's why, please, all of you, please consider surrendering. I want to live together with all of you. I don't want to fight against you, who are from the same area. Kotetsu's spirited yelling fills the area. I check the outcome of Kotetsu's recommendation with a sidelong glance on my smartphone. Around 2,000 people have been moved by Kotetsu's speech. Huh? It's unfortunate, but it looks like Kotetsu's spirit isn't reaching the humans. The humans sheltered in Suzu have lost their will to fight, right? In other words, the red dots aren't hostile humans, but undecided bystanders. In that case, I think I'll suggest a slightly more effective method. Kotetsu, can you hear me? Tell the humans what I'm going to tell you next. Kotetsu looks at me with a puzzled expression. To all of you, those willing to surrender, drop your weapons and come to me. I promise you that the surrenderers won't be harmed in any way, in my honor and Demon King Shin's name. Kotetsu's way of speaking is somewhat awkward, but he's faithfully passed on my words. Now then, how are they going to move? Shin-sama, there's one thing I'd like to request. What is it? Kotetsu calls out and approaches me. Could I have you pull back all your subordinates? I carefully consider the meaning behind Kotetsu's request, and reply, understood. But I can't move, so I'll stay here. In that case, your safety. Shin, grandfather, I will stay behind as Shin's guard. Reena offers her help to Kotetsu, who is looking perplexed. Reena, if hostile humans should come, I'm well aware. Reena braces herself and tightly grasps her beloved sword in response to my question. Okay then, I'm in your hands. All subordinates besides Reena and Kotetsu are to withdraw to the domain at once. Shin-sama, that's too dangerous. Master, that order is. Master, can't you at least allow this lowly servant to stay at your side as a humble meat shield? No objections are allowed. Retreat. I order my subordinates once again, putting a strong will behind it. Now then, my subordinates retreated, right? I call out to Kotetsu after confirming the retreat. You have my gratitude. Kotetsu bows, and holds up the megaphone. Once more. Everyone, you've seen it, right? The monsters surrounding you have withdrawn. This is Shinsama's display of goodwill. I don't have any weapons on me either. Please, those willing to surrender, come in front of me. Holding the megaphone in his right, Kotetsu widely spreads his left hand, probably to appeal being unarmed, as he addresses the humans. Going by the results, Kotetsu's plan succeeded in the end. Once I look at my smartphone's map, I see many humans starting to move this way. Truly. Are you really going to guarantee our safety? One person at the head of the group heading this way asks Kotetsu timidly. Of course, we will guarantee the safety of anyone who surrendered. With a face full of confidence, Kotetsu reassuringly answers the anxious human. I'm sorry about receiving you in such a no-man's land, but please sit down here and wait for another 2.5 hours for the time being. I say to the humans who are standing around, not knowing what to do. That's he's Demon King Shin. Getting close to him is forbidden. Kotetsu reprimands and hurls a stabbing glare at the trembling human pointing at me. It's working, it's working. Uh-oh. Reena. I call over Reena, showing her my smartphone's display. Got it. Reena's face stiffens up as she tightly clenches Dane's leaf, and then she walks towards 4 red dots, Hostile humans, among the yellow dots shown on my smartphone. Reena. What's wrong? Tetsu asks his granddaughter. Having noticed her state, they're red. Reena replied with a feebly, almost fading, voice. Which ones? Reena points her sword at 4 humans in response. You guys over there, can you hear me? Yeah, you. Tetsu's enraged shouting thunders across the surroundings. WW what? Huh? I. Bathed by Tetsu's wrath, the humans in question tremble in fear. You bastards. What did you come here for? To surrender. Is that really your intention? Do you really wish to surrender to Demon King Shion from the bottom of your heart? How about it? Answer. Look into my eyes and say it. Tetsu draws close to the 4 quivering humans. I check the dots displayed on the smartphone. Tetsu. Those guys have stopped being red. It's fine now. Understood. Tetsu returns to her former spot, still looking sour. 3 hours after the beginning of rain, Tetsu's angry yelling filled the area many times over, but in the end the rain succeeded without any bloodshed. The outcome is me having gained 87,984 residents, and the completion of the prefecture's North's unification. Chapter 170. Character Introduction 1. About the abilities of body, strength, endurance, agility, and reaction speed are going to remain masked. I have no plans to divulge them. Since body's rank is decided by the accumulation of those values, there exist cases where an individual with body C might exceed someone with body B in strength. Example, Red's body is C, but his strength is higher than Subaru's at night. Since I'd likely dig my own grave by using the detailed stat values, I've been going with a rough estimate reflected in ranks. But since I've run into a wall of not being able to explain the power relationship by simply lining up the ranks, I've added a value called index, this time around, which uses Shion's abilities as reference at 100. Besides abilities, index is also largely affected by special abilities, especially the A to E value behind a skill, and combat experience. I'd be most delighted if you could regard it as simple grading to estimate power. Index hasn't been introduced in the actual story. Shion's Forces. Demon King Edition. Name, Shion. Race, Demon King, Vampire, Demon King, Vampire Lord. Index, 150 underneath daylight. Abilities, Body B, Mana C, Knowledge E, Creation B, Alchemy B. Strongest weapon type, Spear. Strongest magic attribute, Darkness. First appearance, Prologue. The protagonist of this book. During his time as human he was more of an indoor type with gaming and reading as hobbies. He tends to be strong at deliberation, and possesses a character of treading carefully. He has the habit of quantifying all kinds of phenomena, as he also quantifies the value of his subordinates, their lives. He's capable of making calm and cruel decisions. Name, Canon. Race, Demon King, Fairy, High Pixie. Index, 45. Abilities, Body D, Mana C, Knowledge B. Strongest weapon type, Wand. Strongest magic attribute, Earth. First appearance, side story, Canon. The mascot of this book. She was a demon king ruling over a domain adjacent to Shion's, but as a result of being on the verge of death after getting invaded by humans, she begged Shion to save her life, and surrendered. She's aiming for the position of strategist, but currently she holds the position of Google-chan plus conversation partner. She's the first person Shion spoke to after becoming a demon king. Thus she knows him for a long time. She had been leading a life where her loneliness only got worse, and basically hates all humanity, but she takes a friendly stance towards Reena, who has been talking with her, and the monsters who have been nice to her. It's not mentioned in the main story, but Canon has problems dealing with Sarah and Takaharu and avoids both. It's her back setting, but she's really good at sewing, and sewed her own underwear in preparation for Shion's punishments. Name, Yataro. Race, Demon King, Devil, Archdemon. Index, 70. Abilities, Body E, Mana B, Knowledge C. Strongest weapon type, Wand. Strongest magic attribute, Wind plus Fire. First appearance, side story, Yataro. the one in charge of the domain's defenses. He ruled over Yukonada as Demon King, but got invaded by Shion, and chose to surrender in the end. Since he has a broad view of things and excellent thinking capabilities, Shion highly values him as a strategist. But he also has the fatal flaw of being a gacha addict. He's favoring Subaru, who's part of the defense team and a former Demon King just like him, as if he was his own child. Name: Subaru. Race: Demon King, Vampire, Vampire Noble. Index: 90, 45 underneath daylight. Abilities: Body B, Mana C, Knowledge E. Strongest weapon type: Rapier. Strongest magic attribute: Darkness. First appearance: Chapter 92. A youth who grew up without forgetting his boyish heart, equals a Chunobu patient. I planned to have him enter the stage casually with the idea of having an enemy character with some individuality, but since he ended up becoming an icy character than I had expected, he became a regular as a rare character. Lol. His abilities during nights rank at the highest levels among Shion's subordinates, but for some reason his true strength remains under the radar. He loves Canon, but because he was troubles choosing between her, the elves, and Sarah, Subaru's feelings of love are scheduled to end in vain. Name: Takaharu. Race: Demon King, Beast King. Index: 110. Abilities: Body B, Mana E, Knowledge E. Strongest weapon type: Unarmed. Strongest magic attribute: None. He has special abilities such as coercion etc. First appearance: Chapter 116. A meathead Demon King who spent all his BP on body. He ruled a domain in Unoak as Demon King, but chose to surrender in the end after getting invaded by Shion. He has a rough, belligerent character, a pure battle junkie who desires to fight against formidable enemies. Coupled with his superior body and his extraordinary fighting intuition, he's one of the strongest, if not the strongest, among Shion's subordinates. Besides combat, he likes touring. What pleased him the most about becoming Shion's subordinate seems to be the pleasure of enjoying good food. Among the Demon Kings he's also the character the easiest for me to write because of his lacking quirks. Name: Sarah. Race: Demon King, Elf, Elemental Elf. Index: 90. Abilities: Body D, Mana B, Knowledge C. Strongest weapon type: Wand. Strongest magic attribute: All. First appearance: Chapter 111. Gal, expert in magic. She ruled over a domain in Tonami City as Demon King, but during her repeated invasions, she eventually ended up invading Shion's domain, and lost. She became Shion's subordinate through contract. She's considered very outgoing by her flashy appearance and gal-like way of talking, but she also got a past trauma of having failed at her high school debut. Writing the way how gals talk is difficult, so I don't think that you'll get to see Sarah's point of view. Name: Akira. Race: Demon King, Dwarf Smith. Index: 30. Abilities: Body D, Mana E, Knowledge C. Strongest weapon type: Hammer. Strongest magic attribute: None. First appearance: Chapter 128. Shion's long-aspired dwarf Demon King, in charge of smithing. She ruled over a domain in Hakui City as Demon King, but she chose to surrender after getting invaded by Shion and negotiating with him. She looks like a little girl, but she's very intelligent. Since she takes joy in making things, she's satisfied with her life as Shion's subordinate. She's a character I'm expecting to get more screen time in the upcoming Domestic Affairs arc. Name: Hibiki. Race: Demon King, Beast Noble. Index: 95. Abilities: Body B, Mana D, Knowledge D. Strongest weapon type: Unarmed. Strongest magic attribute: Water. First appearance: Chapter 139. A former Demon King serving as a tank who made a timely appearance towards the end of the prefecture's North Unification arc. He ruled a domain at Koigi Beach as Demon King, but as a result of getting invaded by Shion and receiving a harsh reprimand by him, Hibiki chose to surrender. He has a keen mind and gentlemanly conduct. Unlike the offensive hand-to-hand combat style of Takaharu, he excels at handling enemy attacks by skillfully using his gloves. He's a subordinate useful in all kinds of settings. The sole fly in the ointment is the little issue with his appearance and character. Back when I came up with Hibiki as a character, he was a character that made my heart race, wondering whether he'd become popular or get totally flamed. Name, Reena. Race, human. Index, 110. Class, warrior swordswoman. Abilities, body B. Mana H. Knowledge G. Strongest weapon type, sword. Strongest magic attribute, none. First appearance, Chapter 13. One of the heroine candidates of the main series, however, since the author sucks at writing about romance and heroines, it's undecided yet whether she will actually become a heroine. She was a normal university student in Kanazawa who was good at kendo, but after getting invited by her friend, Saori, she invaded Shin's domain. As if being guided by their black iron sword she obtained back then, she grew into a hero approved of by Kanazawa. Even though she had piled up achievements as a hero, she eventually invaded Shin's domain a second time, and lost. As there was also the circumstance of her getting abandoned by her party, she accepted Shin's contract. Afterwards she became very helpful to Shin as a core member of a team invading other domains. She's one of the main characters, but also a character I'm struggling to write about with her weak individuality. Name, Tetsu. Race, human. Index, 120. Class, warrior samurai. Abilities, body B. Mana G. Knowledge H. Strongest weapon type, katana. Strongest magic attribute, none. First appearance, side story, Syamaka Tetsu. Reena's grandfather. He was extolled by mankind as Sword King. He has the strongest combat abilities in the series so far, but because of his age, he has low stamina. He hates crookedness, but he also understands that it's necessary to be flexible in his views thanks to his many years of life experience. He has the resolve to abandon everything, if it's for the sake of protecting his last remaining family member, Reena. Chapter 171. Character Introduction to Shin's Forces, Monster Edition. Name, Chloe. Race, Dark Elf. High Dark Elf. Index, 75. Abilities, Body C. Mana C. Knowledge D. Strongest weapon type, Bow. Dagger. Strongest magic attribute, Fire. First appearance, Chapter 26. The first subordinate Shin turned into his bloodkin. She's absolutely loyal, religiously, towards Shin, her creator. Most recently she's jealous of Blue who's become very useful to Shin. Name, Blue. Race, Goblin. Goblin Fighter. Goblin Strider. Index, 60. Abilities, Body C. Mana H. Knowledge E. Strongest weapon type, Axe. Bow. Strongest magic attribute, none. First appearance, Chapter 27. A subordinate of Chloe's team. One of the oldest veteran subordinates, he has nimble fingers and brims with curiosity. If the usage is simple, he can also operate human devices, electrical appliances etc. He distances himself from the fanatic adoration of Shin as carried out by Chloe, Layla, and Izoi, but Blue also holds a high loyalty towards Shin. Since the food situation has drastically improved most recently, he volunteered to join the defense team. Of course it's been rejected. Name, Kura. Race, Dark Elf. High Dark Elf. Index, 65. Abilities, Body C. Mana D. Knowledge E. Strongest weapon type, Bow. Strongest magic attribute, Fire. First appearance, Chapter 91. A subordinate of Chloe's team. Originally he had been assigned to Chloe's team as a nameless subordinate, but he became a bloodkin after having his achievements recognized. He's absolutely loyal towards Chloe. Name, Noir. Race, Ogoroga General. Index, 70. Abilities, Body C. Mana H. Knowledge H. Strongest weapon type, Club. Shield. Strongest magic attribute, none. First appearance, Chapter 67. A subordinate of Chloe's team. Black Koga. A former subordinate of Kanta, but upon Kanta's death, he was taken over as subordinate by Shin. He's usually entrusted with the role of tank in his team, but it's a flaw in the crystal that he tries to join the attackers whenever possible. He shares a relationship of mutual trust with Rouge who has the same circumstances. Name, Rouge. Race, Ogoroga Braver. Index, 70. Abilities, Body C. Mana H. Knowledge H. Strongest weapon type, club. Strongest magic attribute, none. First appearance, Chapter 67. A subordinate of Chloe's team. Red Ogre. A former subordinate of Kanta, but upon Kanta's death, she was taken over as subordinate by Shion. She serves as an attacker in her team. She considers Red of Reena's team as her rival. She shares a relationship of mutual trust with Noir, who has the same circumstances. Name: Layla. Race: Dampia Marauder. Index: 75. Abilities: Body C, Mana C, Knowledge E. Strongest weapon type, Whip. Strongest magic attribute, Ice. First appearance, Chapter 50. A subordinate of Reena's team. She's absolutely loyal, religiously, towards Shion, her creator. She is very proud of belonging to a species related to Shion's. She wishes to be more useful to Shion than anyone else, but recently she can't forgive herself for being overpowered by the former Demon King group who harbors only weak loyalty. Name: Flora. Race: Lilim Mia. Index: 65. Abilities: Body E, Mana C, Knowledge D. Strongest weapon type, Wand. Strongest magic attribute, Darkness, Mind, Fire. First appearance, Chapter 50. A subordinate of Reena's team. She excels at mental interference and sleep induction. She's a chatty person, but rarely ever speaks of what she really thinks. She shows a relaxed attitude, but begins to tremble as soon as the enemy approaches because of her timid personality. It worries her that her only friends are overly serious people: Reena, Layla, Iron, and the simple-minded Red. Name: Iron. Race: Living male general. Index: 60. Abilities: Body C, Mana D, Knowledge H. Strongest weapon type, Shield. Strongest magic attribute, Darkness. First appearance, Chapter 50. A subordinate of Reena's team. He's weak at defense, but excels as one of the best subordinates when it comes protecting his friends. Because he's taciturn and gentle, his other comrades trust him deeply. He doesn't show his emotions, but he's been happier than anyone else when he was granted a new armor. Name: Red. Race: Ogre Braver. Index: 70. Abilities: Body C, Mana H, Knowledge H. Strongest weapon type, Club. Strongest magic attribute, None. First appearance, Chapter 50. A subordinate of Reena's team. Red Ogre. A subordinate obtained through Shion's very first random creation. He has a belligerent and crude character. One of his aspects is his deep affection towards his comrades. The author seems to regret it a bit, wondering why he created Noir and Rouge as named subordinates despite Red already existing. Name: Dakel. Race: Dark Elf. High Dark Elf. Index: 65. Abilities: Body C, Mana D, Knowledge E. Strongest weapon type, Bow. Strongest magic attribute, Fire. First appearance, Chapter 50. A subordinate of Reena's team. A downgrade of Chloe. He has a serious character, and sometimes feels irritated by Reena's conduct towards humans. Name: Gate. Race: Shadow Ogre. Index: 75. Abilities: Body C, Mana D, Knowledge D. Strongest weapon type, Dagger. Strongest magic attribute, Darkness. Concealment type. First appearance, Side story, Yataro. A SSR subordinate drawn during random creation by Yataro after he put all his soul into it. She looks like an adorable little girl. She became Shion's subordinate when Yataro surrendered. Currently she's mostly focusing on intelligence activities. She excels at surprise attacks and possesses excellent combat abilities. Name: Izaoi. Race: Vampire Baron, Nightmare Vampire. Index: 105. 30 underneath daylight. Abilities: Body C, Mana C, Knowledge C. Inside a dungeon during night, Body and Mana B. Strongest weapon type, Spear. Strongest magic attribute, Darkness. First appearance, Chapter 87. A special subordinate created in exchange for a deduction of 1000 CP of the maximum CP. He's absolutely loyal towards Shion. He doesn't really care about anyone besides Shion, but he values the subordinates he considers to be useful to Shion like Yataro, Subaru, and Sitanta. Name: Sitanta. Race: Sitanta. Index: 80. Abilities: Body C, Mana C, Knowledge D. Strongest weapon type, Spear. Strongest magic attribute, wind. First appearance, Chapter 122. A character born as the outcome of Lady Luck having smiled upon the author. His teachers are Subaru and Izayoi. He's growing rapidly, but because he's comparing himself to Subaru and Izayoi, he feels like he still has a long way ahead of him. Because of his childish naivety, he's being tricked by Subaru. Addressing Subaru with Anna-chan. Name, Abel. Race, Dwarf Lord. Index, 75. Abilities, Body C. Mana H. Knowledge C. Strongest weapon type, Shield, Hammer. Strongest magic attribute, None. First appearance, Chapter 129. A special subordinate of a dwarf demon king who was created upon Shin's instruction immediately after Akira accepted to surrender. It was planned for him to work as a tank, but his position was snatched away by the bunny-eared, pants-only demon king who appeared later on. Name, Gain. Race, Elf Lord. Index, 75. Abilities, Body C. Mana C. Knowledge C. Strongest weapon type, Sword. Strongest magic attribute, Water, Wind, Fire. First appearance, Chapter 111. Demon King Sarah's close aide. A special subordinate of an elf demon king. He's absolutely loyal towards Sarah and Shin. Since becoming Shin's subordinate, he's been having complicated feelings about Sarah, showing expressions to Takaharu she hasn't shown him. Name, Guy. Race, Werewolf. High Werewolf. Index, 65. Abilities, Body C. Mana H. Knowledge E. Strongest weapon type, Unarmed. Claws. Strongest magic attribute, None. First appearance, Chapter 15. A subordinate of Reena's team. He had parts of conceit and narcissism to him, but he was more affectionate towards his comrades than anyone else. He died after covering for Reena during the capture of Suzu's City Hall. Name, Silver. Race, Kobold Knight. Index, 30, 60 if compared to the 100 of Shin back then. Abilities, Body D. Mana H. Knowledge E. Strongest weapon type, Shield, Spear. Strongest magic attribute, None. First appearance, Chapter 27. A subordinate of Chloe's team. Deeply loyal and affectionate of his comrades. He died when he covered Chloe's team from Demon King Alyssa. Name, Hope. Race, Lycanthrope Werewolf. Index, 35, 65 if compared to the 100 of Shin back then. Abilities, Body D. Mana E. Knowledge D. Strongest weapon type, Sword. Strongest magic attribute, None. First appearance, Chapter 50. A subordinate of Chloe's team. He could freely transform into a werewolf. A precious subordinate with a limited evolution path. He had been named Hope in anticipation of his future spoils, but he died when he covered Chloe's team from Demon King Alyssa. Chapter 172. Character Introduction 3. Others. Name, Miyamoto Masakado. Race, Human. Index, 30, 85 if compared to the 100 of Shin back then. Class, Warrior. Abilities, Body D. Mana G. Knowledge H. Strongest weapon type, Spear. Strongest magic attribute, None. First appearance, Chapter 19. Yalol, the prided, silver hero, of Kanezawa and equal to Reena in strength. He died from a lunatic arrow shot by Chloe when he invaded Shin's domain. Name, Kiyama Ori. Race, Human. Index, 15. Class, Priestess. Abilities, Body H. Mana E. Knowledge G. At the time of her appearance. Strongest weapon type, Wand. Strongest magic attribute, Water. First appearance, Chapter 13. One of Kanezawa's hero party, and Reena's friend dating back to their high school time. She debuted as a trendy female college student at Kanezawa University. She has a strong desire to be acknowledged, and cares a lot about her popularity. Currently she's being called Kanezawa's Saintess, but will she get any screen time? Name, Anduhidia. Race, Human. Index, 20. Class, Adventurer. Abilities, Body F. Mana G. Knowledge E. At the time of his appearance. Strongest weapon type, Dagger, Bow. Strongest magic attribute, Light. First appearance, Chapter 13. Commonly known as Glasses-kun, one of Kanazawa's hero party and an upper-grade student of the university Reena attended. In his high school days he worked as student council president, and at his university as circle leader. He's good at calmly analyzing things. Currently he's being called Kanazawa's sage, but will he get any screen time? Name, Makino Yuya. Race, human. Index, 25. Class, warrior. Abilities, body D, mana H, knowledge H. Strongest weapon type, spear, shield. Strongest magic attribute, light. First appearance, Chapter 13. One of Kanazawa's hero party and an upper-grade student of the university Reena attended. Sports-minded. After deserting Reena and running away, he died by Shin's hands in an ambush. Name, Saito Roriko. Race, human. Index, 23. Class, magician. Abilities, body H, mana E, knowledge G. Strongest weapon type, wand. Strongest magic attribute, fire. First appearance, side story, Syama Reena. Story 5. One of Kanazawa's hero party. Granddaughter of Ishikawa's prefectural governor. A high school student with an age of 17. She died during the melee after getting stabbed from behind by Shin's spear, who had hidden himself with Darkness Veil. Name, Imari Hajime. Race, human. Index, 23. Class, adventurer. Abilities, body E, mana H, knowledge G. Strongest weapon type, bow. Strongest magic attribute, none. First appearance, side story, Syama Reena. Story 5. One of Kanazawa's hero party. The ace of the archery club with a bright future ahead. It's a back setting, but he was a man with high qualities, ranking next to those of Reena. He shot at Reena by mistake after falling into a state of confusion through dark induction. Then, when he got even more panicked, he was stabbed to death by Shin. Name, Yamagonzu. First mentioning of the name. Race, human. Index, 3. Class, magician. Abilities, body H, mana F, knowledge G. Strongest weapon type, none. Strongest magic attribute, none. First appearance, Chapter 152. Ishikawa's prefectural governor. He deeply hated Shin for having killed his darling granddaughter. He resisted to the bitter end, but died at Satanta's hands. Name, Kanta. Race, Demon King, Ogre. Index, 70, 120 if compared to the 100 of Shin back then. Abilities, body B, mana E, knowledge E. Strongest weapon type, club. Strongest magic attribute, none. First appearance, Chapter 55. A body-specialized demon king who ruled a domain in Kanazawa. At the time when he became a demon king, he slaughtered all humans invading his domain with his own hands. He possessed an absolute confidence in his own strength. He died after Shin's bloodkin invaded his domain, with Reena being the one to kill him in the end. Name, Alyssa. Race, Demon King, Fairy, Demon King, Titania. Index, 75, 95 if compared to the 100 of Shin back then. Abilities, body C, mana B, knowledge D. Strongest weapon type, wand. Strongest magic attribute, fire, water, wind, earth. First appearance, Chapter 55. A creation mana specialized demon king who ruled a domain in Kanazawa. After becoming a demon king, she got infatuated with her superior abilities compared to humans, and her subordinates who faithfully followed all her orders to a T. She believed that she had been chosen as protagonist of this new world, but she perished after an intense all-out war against Shin. Other Laplace members. Name, Administrator, pseudonym. First appearance, Chapter 106. The administrator of a site exclusively for demon kings, Laplace. Their background is shrouded in complete mystery. Name, 7, pseudonym. First appearance, Chapter 109. ID 0007, Senior Demon King. His characteristic is a polite tone, and he shows a friendly attitude. What stands out is his remark that he's trying to keep the order in the Senior Demon King thread. Name, Nina, pseudonym. First appearance, Chapter 109. ID 0027. Senior Demon King. Conspicuous posting style of always having a condescending attitude towards others. Name, Gora, pseudonym. First appearance, Chapter 109, ID 0056, Senior Demon King. Posts using a rude tone. Name, Sati, pseudonym. First appearance, Chapter 109, ID 0013, Senior Demon King. Has an arrogant attitude, but seems to basically have a good character. Name, Aiko, pseudonym. First appearance, Chapter 109, ID 0115, Senior Demon King. Rude tone, and on bad terms with Nina. Name, Aikoku, pseudonym. First appearance, Chapter 109, ID 0159, Senior Demon King. Polite. They like to chit-chat, but doesn't reveal any advantageous information. Name, Sei, pseudonym. First appearance, Chapter 109, ID 0031, Senior Demon King. Polite. Doesn't post often. Name, Nana, pseudonym. First appearance, Chapter 109, ID 0077, Senior Demon King. A womanly tone. Seems to be a nice person. Maybe. Chapter 173 Side Story, Memorandum of a certain high government official 1 year 20 by 1 July, the 15th. All mankind received an email of their World Salvation Project. The aforementioned mail was considered to be a massive spam mail, but the situation took a sudden turn at 5 p.m. The leaders of all nations received a threatening mail, stating, "Please forward an official recommendation to take the aptitude test to all your citizens. If you fail to comply until 6 p.m., the Minister of Defense will die. If you still haven't done it by 9 p.m., the Prime Minister will also lose their life." The countries, including our own, who didn't comply with the demand, all were faced with the death of their respective ministers of defense at exactly 6 p.m. As a result, all nations recommended their citizens to partake in the aptitude test. This day would later become known as Cataclysm. July, the 16th. Inviolable areas appeared all over the world. The number of inviolable areas increased in density in proportion to the populace density in the respective region. More than 90% of Tokyo turned into inviolable areas. July, the 17th. It was decided that any further governing has become impossible in Tokyo. The governmental function were relocated to the autonomous district, Megafloat, which had been established on the reclaimed land in Tokyo Bay, and allowed the sheltering of 1 million people. 800,000 people altogether, including high government officials, scholars, and celebrities, migrated there. With all transportation facilities destroyed, the remaining Tokyo residents migrated to the adjacent prefectures such as Chiba, Ibaraki, Saitama, and Gunma. July, the 25th, a certain country dropped a nuclear weapon on an inviolable area. The targeted area remained completely unharmed. It just increased the land where humans couldn't live any longer. August, the 16th. 10 a.m. All mankind received a revelation from Goddess, temporary name. It revealed domains to be the official name of the inviolable areas. The revelation was one-sided, not allowing for any question from our side. An application called World Salvation Project was installed on the smartphones of the humans who took the aptitude test, to be called law from now on, as a present of Goddess. After this it became possible to invade the domains. A part of the humans became capable of causing magic-like supernatural phenomenons referred to as special abilities. Going by a JSDF investigation, only 12 people could invade a domain at a time. 6 p.m. Because of an independent action by high military authorities of the JSDF, belonging to the hardliner faction, 12,000 soldiers were dispatched into the domains scattered all over the country. The outcome was terrible. The number of casualties totaled to 3,876. Several of the hardliner officials took responsibility for their reckless plan, and resigned. The existence of fantastic life forms, monsters, living inside the domains, was confirmed. The fact that science, the crystallization of knowledge, or in other words, modern weaponry, including guns, didn't work against said monsters was also established. August, the 19th, the first Japanese, who leveled up, appeared. It was sudden and unbelievable, but it seemed as though humans could raise their levels by killing monsters, which would then allow them to boost their physical abilities by assigning BP to their body stat. Moreover, the existence of treasure chests inside domains was confirmed. Some of them contained weapons and armors that proved to be effective for battling monsters. After this day, the number of people invading domains in their quest for honor or money started to rapidly grow. August the 23rd. 1 week passed since the goddess revelation. Fortunately, our citizens didn't starve thanks to food production through the cutting-edge biotechnology of our country, but in some of the undeveloped countries, people successively starved, and there were even some countries who covered their food needs by eating the monsters inhabiting domains. However, some of the food and beverage, which had been part of daily life before the cataclysm, became luxury items. August the 27th. Eyewitness reports of monster hordes ravaging the land outside their domain in Yokohama reached us. Many people, who had believed that the land outside the domains was safe, lost their lives. With this incident as a trigger, the number of people invading, leveling in, domains further. According to statistics, close to 70% of all humans started to enter domains. Furthermore, local governments and prominent enterprises began to support, headhunt, excellent domain crawlers. Even my workplace, the Japanese government, began to assist excellent citizens actively hunting in the domains of Tokyo. September the 14th. America succeeded in the world first domain liberation. 2 hours after them, Germany also succeeded. Since this day, the great news of domain liberations all over the world started to flow in. September the 15th. Our country also succeeded in its first domain liberation. The ones achieving this great feat were JSDF members in Hokkaido. Afterwards, news of successful domain liberations in the prefectures of Kanagawa, Fukuoka, Osaka, Kobe, Aichi, and Mugi followed in succession. At this point, a lot of information about the domain's interior, such as the monster types, the trap types, and the existence of rest areas, had been gathered and published. September the 18th. We were informed of the surprising fact that demon kings might be former humans by a human who had liberated a domain with the support of the government. Demon kings were former humans? The number of demon kings existing in Japan was approximately 16,000. Assuming all of them were former humans, none of their family members noticed their missing? It would be one thing if there had been at least a single missing report, but we never received any such reports. Maybe they were foreigners then? However, according to the reports, the demon kings resembled Japanese people. Did they come from the future? Extraterrestrial life? If it's this broken world, it's not impossible as a theory. The mysteries revolving around the demon kings only deepened. We asked the state-supported humans whether it would be possible to negotiate with the demon kings, but received a negative answer. November the 1st. The government's leader board started an important project that would affect our future. Their Demon King Capture Operation. November the 7th. It was confirmed that demon kings couldn't be extracted out of their domain. The project's outlines were revised, changing them to incapacitating a demon king within their domain. November the 19th. Even after failing with the incapacitation of a demon king, we managed to obtain crucial information. It appeared demon kings created monsters by using a smartphone. In other words, stealing the smartphone from a demon king was going to become the key factor for the project's success. Create monsters with a smartphone? Does it mean that the theory of demon kings being former humans is correct? December the 3rd. We succeeded in incapacitating a demon king. Since it wasn't possible to write down the demon king's name, we dubbed him A. We were able to extract various pieces of information from Demon King A. One demon kings are former humans. The reason why we don't possess any of the demon king's personal information of their time as humans is founded in a complete erasure of their existence. Memories of them. 2. Just like with humans, demon kings also have the concept of leveling. The number of floors in a domain reflects the demon king's level. The level of Demon King A was 2. 3. Demon King A's level was 2. but his abilities rivaled a human above level 15. 4. The monsters created by Demon King A couldn't leave his domain. 5. We tried to analyze the smartphone owned by Demon King A, but we couldn't unlock it, no matter what kind of method we applied. 6. Demon King A could use the internet. The last point 6 caused a heavy controversy. Posts by people calling themselves Demon Kings had been frequently appearing on the internet. Although it didn't apply to all of those posts, it was still deemed for a part of them to have truly been posted by Demon Kings. Learning of this fact, some people insisted on severing all communication lines. However, it was impossible to precisely cut off only the Demon Kings. 7 base stations currently exist in Japan. The range covered by a single station is extremely wide, and if we were to shut down such a station, the people living within its range would be cut off from the internet as well. In our modern times, the internet has completely permeated into the daily lives of all humans. You could say that living without the internet had become next to impossible at this point. Even when we tried to specify the Demon King's IPs, the very existence of the Demon Kings had been wiped from our records and memories. The logic behind it was unknown, but even when we inquired the ISP about the logs corresponding to Demon King A's IP, they found no information. However, it was still possible for Demon King A to use the internet. Are the Demon King traces actually existing with us just being unable to recognize them? It was a setting with too much of a bad taste to call it divine work. Plans to shut down a part of the websites with a big spread were also put forth, but the backlash by the citizens would be endless, and above all, the information exchange across the internet by people daily striving towards the liberation of domains had become the norm. In the end, as a result of extended conferences and consultations, we maintained the status quo, respecting the opinion of the people working on domain liberations. Chapter 174 Side Story, Memorandum of a certain high government official to December the 25th. Around the time when it had become rare for monsters to ravage the areas outside their domains, the worst possible incident, which would later be labeled as disaster of Christmas Eve, by a certain country, took place. A swarm of monsters, which had launched an attack on a military base, pillaged a large amount of weapons, including guns. Then a horde of goblins equipped with guns started to massacre our citizens. December the 28th. Is the number of monsters capable of leaving a domain limited? Since the horde of gun-wielding goblins only numbered 30. Even if that alone was already quite a big number, the people representing a certain country concentrated their efforts and killed the horde. Year 20/2, January the 15th. At great cost of life, we succeeded in liberating the domain inhabited by the monsters who had pillaged the weapons. Public opinion shifted towards modern weapons, which couldn't harm monsters but still worked against humans, doing no good and a lot of harm. A certain country, which prided itself as world police, claimed that now wasn't the time to fight among humans, and took the initiative in disposing of its modern weapons. All countries in the world, naturally including ours as well, followed suit. It was truly ironic that the abolition of nuclear weaponry, which had been advocated over many decades, came true with the war against the Demon Kings as a trigger. February the 7th. We succeeded in incapacitating the second Demon King. Since it wasn't possible to write down the Demon King's name, we dubbed him B. Demon King B's level was higher than Demon King A's, namely 5, and he became a big help in solving many mysteries. 1. The monsters capable of leaving a domain are only the Demon King's close aides, called kin, and the subordinates of those kin. The types and numbers of a kin's subordinates are decided by a mysterious value called a kin's LP. 2. Demon Kings can evolve once they reach level 3. Demon King B had evolved into a Demon King Beast. 3. If Demon Kings raise their knowledge stat, they will be able to obtain knowledge about the rules for chaos in their World Salvation Project. Because Demon King B's knowledge was at D, we couldn't gain any crucial information from him. 4. If a kin, who left its domain, touches their true core of a domain ruled by another Demon King, it becomes possible to take over the domain. It clarified the mystery of recently observed domain unifications. It's a digression, but Demon King A was finished off by the Prime Minister after having served his purpose. The Prime Minister leveled up drastically. He allotted all of the BP he obtained to knowledge. May the 3rd, the first person to have reached level 50 in Japan appeared among the Tokyo citizens supported by the government. Once someone became level 50, their class evolved. The person in question evolved from a swordsman to a magic swordsman. The effects of evolution were tremendous. Your abilities would increase dramatically, and you would also obtain several new special abilities. The Japanese government notified all local governments of its plan to rear humans towards level 50. A law for the administration to shelter all people who exceeded level 50 was passed. The government hoped for this bill to help with the strengthening of the citizens, and at the same time, to prevent information disclosure to the Demon Kings. Year 20/3 July the 15th. 2 years passed since the appearance of domains in this world, the beginning of the World Salvation Project. The high adaptability of humans was as astonishing as ever. At the time when domains appeared all over the world, mankind fell into a state of panic. They were presented with powers on the day of cataclysm, and 1 month later, succeeded in liberating their first domain. After 3 months had passed, the number of people who began adapting to the completely changed world grew, and once a year had passed, many people had adapted to the new circumstances. And nowadays, this kind of world has been accepted as the norm. Having said that, Japan changed drastically over those 2 years. The winners and losers became clear. The winners called heroes who had gained experience in liberating domains and killing demon kings. The winners called blacksmiths who would produce weapons that could easily cut through monsters. The winners called supporters who would back those fighting at the forefront, despite not joining the battles themselves. The winners called leaders, the ones organizing and rallying all humans together. Organizations, which were famous for their anti-demon king efforts, existed in many places all over Japan. Going beyond simple fame, the JSDF unit stationed in Hokkaido's Higashichitas, the Hiraisumi's local government in the Iwate Prefecture, the JSDF unit stationed in the naval base of Yokosuka in Kanagawa Prefecture, a major company located in Nagano City, the Yakuza across the whole Kansai area, students living in Kyoto City, believers based in Izumo City of the Shimane Prefecture, Kyo's city administration in Hiroshima Prefecture, the Yakuza all over Kyushu, and lastly, the Japanese government located in Tokyo's Megafloat. In addition, many other organizations consisting of student bodies or local governments are active all over the country. The ones clearly split into winners and losers aren't just us humans either. The Demon Kings made it even more clear who's to be counted as a winner. 13 Demon Kings classified as hazard rank S exist in Japan. Masaya, a Demon King who's been rapidly expanding his dominion from Hokkaido's Sapporo City. Sumaya, a Demon King who's been expanding her dominion from Tohoku's Sendai City. Kazuke, a Tokyo Demon King recognized as the highest-level Demon King in Japan, despite his low number of domains. Yui, Yokohama's Demon King who's feared by the people for her clever traps and her militaristic leadership. Nameless, alias, a Demon King of the Nagano Prefecture, who's shrouded in complete mystery. Hyade, a Demon King who occupied all the car factories located in Toyota City. Yoichi, Kobe's Demon King who is said to have equipped all his monsters with exceptional arms. Jinga, Osaka's Demon King who's said to hold the highest level within Japan, rivaling Kanto's Kazuke. Shin, a Demon King who's been expanding his dominion from Hokuraku's Kanezawa City. Hibari, Nara's Demon King who hasn't allowed anyone to return alive after seeing their appearance through their overwhelming magic power. Luna, Hiroshima's Demon King who's overrunning the lands around her with staggering numbers of forces. Arata, a Demon King who's been expanding his dominion from Shikoku's Sanuki. A Demon King of Fukuoka City who's been repeatedly staging fierce battles against the humans. What makes those 13 Demon Kings such a pain for us is their active approach to pick fights with us, even without any aggression from our side, although they're all beings we would originally like to leave alone by putting up "Hey, stay away" warning. Those 13 hazard rank S Demon Kings are all calamities requiring us humans to fight them. Chapter 175. Chronology 2. Year 20 by 1. Days since Shion became a demon king. July 15th. All mankind receives an email to take an aptitude test. Prologue 1-2. July 16th. Mastermind gives a lecture about the World Salvation Project to Chaos. Prologue 3. July 17th. First, the humans classified as Chaos become demon kings. Chapter 4++. Domains, inviolable areas, appear all over the world. Commonly known as Cataclysm. August 16th, 30th. Release of pseudo-peace period in all domains. Chapter 11. Goddess Revelation, to all humans classified as Law. Interlude Reena 1. August 19th, 33rd. The university students led by Undo invade Shion's domain. Chapter 12. August 23rd, 37th. Shion's domain becomes a farm. Chapter 15. September 6th, 51st. Shion becomes level 2. A part of his subordinates evolves. Monsters appear outside their domains. Chapter 16++. September 17th, 62nd. The selection members of Kainzao liberate the domain. Interlude Reena 5. September 18th, 63rd. Shion becomes level 3, and evolves to Demon King. Vampire. Chapter 22. Birth of Bloodkin Chloe. Chapter in the 20s. October 3rd, 78th. Canon surrenders to Shion. October 25th, 100th. Beginning of Chapter 36. October 30th, 105th. The selection members of Kainzao liberate their fourth domain. Interlude Reena 5. October 31st, 106th. The selection members of Kainzao invade Shion's domain. November 9th, 115th. Shion succeeds in conquering a domain for the first time. Chapter 54. Year 20 by 2. Middle of May. The number of demon kings left in Kainzao has dwindled down to Shion, Kanta, and Alyssa. Chapter 55. Start of invasion into Kanta's domain. Chapter 56++. End of May. Shion succeeds in conquering Kanta's domain. Chapter 62. Start of invasion into Alyssa's domain. Beginning of July. Victory in the war against Alyssa. Chapter 84. Shion evolves into Demon King, Vampire Lord. End of July. Subaru becomes Shion's subordinate. Chapter 93. Beginning of August. Start of invasion into Yatro's domain. Chapter 96. Middle of August. Yatoro becomes Shion's subordinate. Chapter 103. First login on Laplace. Chapter 107. Beginning of September. Invasion by Sarah. Chapter 110. Middle of September. Sarah is added as subordinate. Chapter 113. End of September. Takaharu is added as subordinate. Chapter 118. Beginning of October. Reena reaches level 50. Chapter 119. Middle of October. Satanto is created through random creation. Chapter 122. Start of invasion into Akira's domain. Chapter 123. End of October. Subaru evolves. Chapter 126. Beginning of November. Akira becomes Shion's subordinate. Chapter 129. Shion enacts his first train. Year 20 by 3. End of March. Hibiki becomes Shion's subordinate. Chapter 140. Beginning of May. Start of invasion into Suzu City. Chapter 141++. End of May. Tetsu becomes Shion's subordinate. Chapter 150. Middle of June. Shion succeeds in conquering Suzu City Hall. Chapter 164. Beginning of July. Total conquest of the prefectures north. Chapter 167. Chapter 176. Interlude. Forum. 13 Demon Kings Edition. 1 ID. Tftigr. The naming of the 13 S-rank Demon Kings hasn't been decided yet, has it? 2 ID. Masquerie. You mean the Demon Kings whose domains have been labeled with a hazard rank S? 3 ID. Serbt. Is this the correct thread to reveal my archive source of knowledge to the world? 4 ID. Ltkx. Okay then, I'll start off. The Demon King of Fukuoka City, my hometown, is the evil princess of fierce battle. 5 ID. Lodswak. I guess I'll expose the darkness. Yokohama's Demon King is Commander. U 6 ID. Tftigr. 4 to 5. That's not it. What I'm talking about is a general term for the 13 demon kings. Something like the top 13 demon kings. 7 ID, we to 6. Dude, say that first. 8 ID, Leo ask. It's 13 of them, right? How about Zodiac then? 9 ID, Duel Zodiac, what's that again? 10 ID, to 9. The 13 star signs in the Zodiac star constellation, got it? JK. 11 ID, Duel to 10. Ha man, that thing has 12 star signs, just so you know. 12 ID, to 11. There ain't no serpent bearer, or shit like that. Just start over, K. 13 ID, Squid. Chill out, guys. The demon kings are fighting amongst each other, so how about Taozu the 13 kings? Isn't it great? It covers 13 and conflict. 14 ID, WDFGSQZ. 13 demon kings, in other words, 13 devil lords, right? Then, how about devil dozen? 15 ID, to 14. Hello? Dozen equals 12, you know? 16 ID, Fezze to 15. It's a dozen devils, so there's 13 of them. GGRKS. 17 ID, Apuxa. 13 is a taboo number, so what about taboo kings? Demon kings are calamities anyway. 18 ID, Uik. We're law, and they're chaos, right? How about chaos numbers? Sounds neat. No? 19 ID, Eokmst. Having stayed in bed on the day before the cataclysm, I'm a neutral. 20 ID, Uik. To 19. Stay strong, man. 21 ID, Kstfrid. The 13 calamities. 22 ID, Dakiok. To 21. 13 calamities. No. 23 ID, Kstfrid. To 22. Sire. It means calamity. 24 ID, Lokt. Loki unwanted 13 evils. 25 ID, Sktk. The Loki ratio among Chunabu patients is abnormally high. 26 ID, Luktsud. Rather, isn't it fine to just go with Zodiac now? 27 ID, Mkarias. Z-Zone occupied D demonic high intelligence A and C colonies. In short, Zodiac, correct? 28 ID, to 27. What does that even mean? 29 ID, Mkarias. Devilish, smart people running domains, and the land ruled by them. 30 ID, Lokt. To 29. How marvelously on point Roffle. 31 ID, Dux. 13 demon kings ruling over the lands. 13 rulers. 32 ID, Bcords. How about the 13 pillars at the dawn of a new age? 33 ID, Loast. Isn't 13 apostles, death bringers, or something like that good? 34 ID, Kolskst. My right eye throbs. The 13 evil stars, relics that I sealed away in the past. 35 ID, you exceed. At this point, we might as well go with heart-throbbing chaos demon kings. 36 ID, Uidx. Umau. Afterwards, many more suggestions followed. 923 ID, Laid Core. If you tally the numbers, Zodiac has the most supporters. The runner-up is heart-throbbing chaos demon kings. 924 ID, XCGWSDF. Wouldn't it kinda suck if Japan was ruled by the heart-throbbing chaos demon kings? 992 ID, XCDF. Looking at the other opinions, doesn't Zodiac lack a bit of an impact? 993 ID, Xlost. They're Zodiac star signs, right? What if we go with Zodiac 13 evil stars? 994 ID, Quidok. We're soon going to hit 1000. Isn't it fine like that, seeing how we won't get anywhere even if we continue this thread indefinitely? 995 ID, Histch. Filler. 996 ID, Histch. Filler. 997 ID, Histch. Filler. 998 ID, Histch. Filler. 999 ID, Histch. Filler. 1000 ID, Olskdik. This settles Zodiac 13 evil stars. However, Ophiuchus, the serpent bearer, is Nagano's demon king. Nanashi. That's the only thing I won't compromise on. The name of the 13 hazard rank as demon kings, which has been decided in such a way spread across forums, blogs, and SNS. At the point when the mass media started to use it as well, it had become widely known in society. End of Volume 4.